Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. In the last video, we built AI website generator application. And in this video, we are going to build an AI PPT slider generator application with the help of React and Vite. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. In this project, we are not just generating the AI PPT, but we're gonna learn how we can edit each slider. We're gonna add an inline editing feature along with generating the images in runtime with the help of Imagekit and how to transform those images as well. Also, at the end, we're gonna learn how we can export the generated PPT into the PPT format. So let me walk through the application and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen where simply you can sign into your application. We added this beautiful sign in option. Once you sign in successfully, it will redirect you to this workspace page. Now you have option to enter your prompt, what kind of slider you want to build. Here you can select the number of slider, and the most important, you can see all your previously created sliders as well. Now let's create a slider. So here let's create a slider for AI agent builder and its benefits. Now you can select the how many slides you want and simply send it. Once you send, you will see an option to select the style for your slider. In the meantime, our AI is generating the outline for us. And boom, if you see, our outline is ready. You have option to edit those outline. For example, if I click on this edit, you have option to edit the title. You can even edit the outline and simply click update. Once you select the style and you are happy with the outline, simply click generate slides. And then it will start generating the slide in your real time. If you see, immediately it will start creating the slider one by one. Over here, these images also generated with the help of AI. With the help of Imagekit AI transformation feature, we are generating those images in real time. Now, for example, if you want to edit any of this content, just click on it. You have option to edit, or you can directly type over here. But if you want to apply some other changes, for example, here you want to change text color to blue and then send it. AI will automatically convert that particular text to blue. You can even add padding to 10 pixel and then that also automatically update with the padding, and that's how you can make all the editing inline. Not only that, but you can even change the images as well. You can just tell to this AI change image and you can say add AI agent image and simply send it. And then with the help of Imagekit, it automatically generate the image for you. How cool, right? Even you can add all the AI Imagekit transformation, like let's say smart crop this image, and it automatically smart crop your images as well. And here we go. Now there are a lot of other features that you can add into this AI generator PPT generator sliders. Once you are happy with your all these PPT, you can simply export this PPT. So once you click, it will start exporting the all the sliders into your file, and boom, if you see, the project is now downloaded, and then you can simply open it in your any power presentation software. And here we go. All of these changes whichever you make, whatever you generated, is get exported into a PPT format. Now another interesting thing that we added is the subscription model. At the top, if you see, we have this profile icon where you can manage your all the profile, and currently we don't have any credit left. When we generated this slider, we have 1 credit, and once we generated, now we're remaining with a 0 credits. Now for example, if you want to add a new credit, simply you can go to the pricing and then you have option to select whichever plan you want. Currently we are on the free plan, so you only have 2 projects. But if you want to get unlimited project, simply you can subscribe to our plan pricing. Here you can make a payment, and then once you make this payment, you can easily join for unlimited project creation. You have option to bill annually or bill monthly. This subscription model we added in just one line of code, and within your app it will open for a payment as well. Once you make a payment, I will make it annually. Just add all the details and then make the payment. Once you make the payment, you will see now you are on this unlimited plan, and you can manage your plan from this manage account. Go to the billing, and here you will find all the details. How cool, right? And everything we are gonna add this pricing feature with the help of Clerk. Anytime you can go to your project, make an edit and simply export into PPT. Everything we implemented which we need for this particular application. Once you build this application, you can build any kind of React application with the help of your own tech stack and AI. This is the perfect application for your college project, to build your own SaaS business and to make real money. Now let me talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The very first, as we are using React and Vite. We are not using a Next.js. We are completely using a React and Vite. So if you are a beginner and you want to learn a React, this is the best course you will find on the internet. Then for the database, we are going to use a Firebase, and along with this, we are going to use Firebase Genkit AI model to add AI feature into our application, which is completely free. Then for the image generation and image optimization, we are going to use an Imagekit. Imagekit allow you to generate the image, make AI transformation like smart crop, generative fill, upscale your image, and many more within just by writing into the URL. That's how cool. No SDK installation needed. And the last but not least, the Clerk for the authentication and the subscription billing model. Within one line of code, you can add authentication, the subscription pricing model directly into your app. Also, if you want to get access to my all the source code and the courses, simply you can go to the tubegurji.com. The link is in the description, where you will find all the courses and the source code. You can join the TubeGurji Pro membership as well to get access to many projects. Also, I recently launched my first startup, which is an AI short film generator application, where you can generate the short film with a consistent character and by just entering the one line prompt, and it will generate the complete short film for you. You can create a short film in different video style like Ghibli, 3D, animated, realistic, and many more. Simply go to the Kravix Studio and give a try to this Kravix Studio and generate your own short film. So guys, if you are new to this channel and did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. Like the video. If I get 1000 likes for this video, we will build a very big project, and which is completely free for everyone. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to. Now in this first chapter, we're gonna learn how to create a React application. Now for that one, we are going to use a Vite, which is the build tool to create the React application. Now simply go to the vite.dev. This is the official website of a Vite, and if you see, it provides a lot of different features like it make your React application much faster. It helps us to build your application faster, and there are a lot of other features you can find on their page. Simply click on get started. You will jump onto the documentation. Here you will find the different languages supported by the Vite, okay, and this is the command to create your first React Vite application. Simply copy this command, go to the folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. If you are using Windows, then open a command prompt at that folder, paste the command and simply enter. Over here, obviously it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then give the project name. So here we'll say AI PPT generator and click enter. Then make sure to select the correct framework. So in this case we want a React, so we'll select a React framework, then click enter. Then you have option to select a TypeScript, and there are JavaScript as well, React router and many other. Make sure the basic, select the TypeScript, and then say no to this roll down Vite, yes to install all the dependency using npm, and then it will start installing the packages which needed to run your React application. And if you see, our packages are installed, the project is ready, and it also started on this particular port 5173 on a URL localhost, right? Now obviously you don't need to open this URL right now, but simply open a VS Code, and inside the VS Code we are going to open the project which we just created. So simply click on open, locate the folder where you just created this project, and then click open. Once you open, you will see some of the folders and file available inside your project. Let me walk through each of these folders and file. Now very first folder, which is a node module folder, which contain all the packages, libraries which is installed inside your application. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder, okay, which is kind of support system for your complete application. Then we have the public folder in which we are going to keep all our images, assets. Then the source folder, which is the very important, because in which you will see all your pages, routing, okay. So very first folder, which is the assets folder, again you can keep your images, fonts inside this assets folder. Then you have the app.css, which contain a style sheet, styling or CSS styling, which is applied to your app.tsx file, okay. Now once we run the application, you will see this app.tsx will get rendered, okay, because this is the first page of our application. Then we have the index.css, which is a global style sheet. Obviously whichever style you want to apply globally throughout the application, you can mention inside this index.css. Then we have main.tsx, which is the starting point of our application, inside which you can mention the actual layout of your application, which is the root file of your app, okay, which is nothing but the main.tsx. Then we have the index.html, which contain the HTML, heading tag, body tag, everything, right? It's kind of a normal HTML page. But if you observe carefully, all your route and pages are going to render through this div tag, because that's where the ID mentioned as a root, okay, and here you will see the main.tsx is getting added, okay, through this script. Now obviously if you want to add SEO keywords and all, you can easily add inside your head tag, okay. Next we have the package.json file, which contain the name, version of your application, script to run and build your application, the dependency along with their versions, okay, and some dev dependency as well. Now in order to maintain this version across a different system when you push your code or share your code with other people, that's why we have this package log.json, which help us to lock your version, okay. Then we have the ts.app.json file, which contain the configuration related to the TypeScript. Then we have node.json, which is similar kind of thing. They just divided into two different files, and the last file, which is the vite.config.ts file, which is nothing but the configuration related to the Vite application. Now very first thing, in order to run your application, you have to open a terminal. So click on terminal, then click new terminal, which will open a terminal inside your VS Code. You don't need to open externally, and then simply type a command npm run dev, and then click enter. Right now I'm getting this error because of the permission, so I have to type sudo npm run dev, and then you will find your application started within just milliseconds. See how fast it is, right? And this is the URL with the port 5174. So just open this inside your browser and boom, your application is now running on this particular URL. Pretty good, right? And pretty easy. Now let's modify some of the pages. So over here, as I mentioned before, app.tsx is the default page getting rendered on the screen. So whatever you see on the screen, which is written inside your app.tsx. Let's update this. So here we'll say hello tube Gurji, okay, and then simply save it. As soon as you save it, you will see it reflected on the screen immediately, right? Pretty cool. So that's how it's Vite supported the hot reload. You don't need to reload manually. As soon as you make some changes into your file, it automatically reflect inside your browser page. Now let's clean everything. So I will remove all of this content, and then we'll simply add the div inside this return and then save it. Now you will see a blank screen, right? Now inside this, I'm going to just add a h2 tag. We'll say hello tube Guruji and then save it. Here you will see our text is showing on the screen, but currently it's showing in the center of the screen. Obviously we want this starting point on the top left corner, right? Now in order to fix this, simply go to the index.css, and if you scroll down, you will see the body tag. Inside this body, it mentions display as a flex and then place item into the center, right? Now I will simply remove everything and then save it. Now it's come to the top as well, right? Let me remove margin as well. Now obviously there are some place where still we have this styling, right? So I will go to the app.css, and inside the app.css you will see the root has the maximum width with a margin, padding and text in the center. Let me remove everything and then save it. Now it's come to the left side corner, okay? Now inside the index.css there are some styling which we don't require, so I will remove all of this, okay, and then save it. So obviously it's showing a background as a black color. So if I update, remove this background color, I think that's look good to me. Remove the color as well, and now we are good. So I hope you understand how to create the React application. Now it's time to integrate the UI component Tailwind CSS based library called Shadcn. Shadcn is quite popular among the developer as a UI component library, and today we're gonna integrate with the React Vite application step by step. Recently, Shadcn also introduced a brand new components like button group, empty, improve group, fill and many more, and we are going to use some of them. So very first thing, simply go to the documentation of the Shadcn. Then here select the correct framework. In our case is Vite. After selecting, you have to create the application which we already created. The next step, we need to add a Tailwind CSS into our app. So I will open this side by side so easily we can install it. And simply open a terminal over here. I will copy this command and then paste. Now it will install the Tailwind CSS for the Vite. After that, we have to import this Tailwind CSS into your root CSS file, which is the index.css, okay? So inside the index.css, let's go to the top, and here I will import this Tailwind CSS. Next thing, inside the tsconfig.json file, you have to add this compiler option. So copy that. Then I will go to the ts.config.js file, okay, so this one, and inside this, after the reference, I will add this compiler options. Then we have to edit tsconfig.app.json, and then we have to add this line of code. So we'll go to the tsconfig.app.json, and inside this, make sure you are inside the compiler option only. You can even add over here, that's completely fine, and then make sure to give comma over here and then save it. Then make sure to install this type node, because we are using a TypeScript. It might already install, but it's safe to install again. And then last, we have to add Vite this line of code inside the vite.config.ts file. So obviously you have to add the Tailwind CSS plugin. So let's copy that, go to the Vite config file, and inside this I will replace this plugin with a code which we copied. Okay, make sure to import this Tailwind CSS, and you have to also import the path from path. You can find those import statement over here as well. And once everything is done, then you can initialize the Shadcn. Okay, because this is the Tailwind CSS setup for the Shadcn as well. And here now I'm gonna paste the Shadcn initialize command. Say yes to initialize, and okay, so I again have the permission issue, so I will just add a sudo at the start, and then it will ask the base color. I will select a zinc, and after that it will ask you can add the component which you want. Okay, so for example, if you want to use a button component, you have to add something like this, but you can even add all the component at once. Okay, simply you have to write npx shadcn at latest add. So simply copy that, enter it. It will ask you which component you want to add, but if you want to add all, press A, then it will select the all and then click enter. And now if you see, it select all the component and start installing all the component one by one. And once it is done, if you see, all the components get added. Okay, perfect. Now let me show you some of the file get added into our folder. So inside the source, you will see a brand new folder called component, and inside the component we have UI folder. Inside this you will see all the Shadcn component with their code. Obviously you have option to customize each of them. Okay, after this you will see another folder called hooks, okay, for the sidebar, and lib folder which is again related to the Shadcn. Obviously we are not going to touch. Then inside the index.css you will see the color is attached. Like if you want to use primary color, it is already mentioned, but you can easily change it any time. Okay, and then for the Shadcn configuration, you will find a brand new file called component.json, in which you will see the Tailwind CSS configuration, the components, aliases, and the base color and everything. Okay, now let's understand how to use it. Now we'll go to the app.tsx, which is the default page, and in order to use any Shadcn component, just enter that component, and here we'll say subscribe. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And then once you add this button component, from this component, let's save it, go back to your application, and boom, you will see a brand new button. Okay, which is obviously this UI component by the Shadcn. Okay, so that's how you can add the component from the Shadcn. In this chapter, we're gonna learn how to set up a React router. Now, router is very important concept inside the React application. When you want to jump from one page to other, then routing is very important, and that's what we are going to look in this particular chapter. Now, the React router has different type like single, nested, and dynamic. In the single React routing, obviously when you want to jump from one page to other, like you are on the home screen, or when you want to jump from the default screen to the workspace page or /contact us, then we use a single routing. Now another type is a nested route. For example, the middle route, which is the workspace, for example, is common, right? And again inside that you need to implement another screen. So like in this example, /workspace /project, that is called a nested route. And the very important, which is a dynamic route. It means you have the nested route, and after that, if you see, the routing is changed every time, right? And that case we have to handle by creating just one route, but we have to handle dynamically, right? This particular endpoint or the URL endpoint might change, right? So that's what called a dynamic route. Now I'm going to tell you the easiest way to set up the routing inside your application. And for that one, we are going to use a React router. Now, which is very popular and inside the React application. So simply go to the reactrouter.com. I will keep the link in the description as well. So click on it. All the resources which we are going to use in this particular project, the link is in the description. So make sure you will click on that. So we'll jump onto the specific page. Now click on start here, and on this one you will see the installation guide. Okay, inside here you just need to install the React router. So inside the terminal, simply click npm install react router DOM. Okay, and then hit enter. Now it will install the React router inside your application. Once that is done, simply go to the main.tsx. Inside this, you need to define a router. So first we'll say constant router is equal to create browser router. Okay, now if it's not get imported, don't worry, we have to import it manually. So over here we'll say import create browser router from React router DOM. Okay, and then click enter, and that's how you have to, okay, make sure it's small c and then save it. Now inside this create browser router, you have to add all the path and their respective element. For example, let's say you want to add default path, so we'll say slash comma the element. Now for element is nothing but which page you wanna show when user go to this particular route. So here we'll say app, which is the default page, and then save it. Now once the browser router is initialized, you have to add that inside this strict mode. So basically you have to add a router provider, and inside the router provider you need to define that router which you just initialize like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and go to and refresh this, you will see the default page is getting rendered is nothing but our app.tsx. Okay, now let's create another route. Okay, so for example, let's consider that you want to go to the workspace page. Okay, so I want to add slash workspace and it should navigate to that particular page. Currently if I enter, it's showing a 404 not found, means this page is not exist. Correct. Now let's create the page first. So inside the source folder, we'll create a folder called workspace. Okay, and inside the workspace I'm gonna create an index.tsx file and then add a default template, and we'll rename this to workspace. Now you might wonder how I adding this default template so easily. So for that one, I install one VS Code extension. So go to the extension and here just search for the extension called ES7 plus React Redux. Okay, make sure to install this one, and also install a Tailwindcss IntelliSense extension as well. Okay, which help us to write a Tailwindcss classes much faster. Now let's go back to our index.tsx and then save it. Now your workspace is set up. Now over here inside the browser, let's add a new route called path. Inside this we'll create slash workspace slash, and then we'll attach the element called workspace. Okay, make sure to import it and then save it. Okay, so I think it's imported incorrectly. Let's import it and save it. Okay, now right now what I did, I added this path called slash workspace and then I attach this workspace page to it, and let's save it. And if I go to this page now, you will see this workspace page is now rendering. So easy, right? And this is nothing but the single page routing. Now let's learn how we can add the nested route. Okay, that's again so easy. So inside this you have to add the children, and inside the children you can provide as many as children you want. Okay, so similar like this, you have to provide a path. Inside the path, let's say you want to go to this project folder, sorry, project screen, right? And then you can provide the element. Right now we don't have element called project. So what I will do, I will go to the workspace, and inside this either you can create a folder or you can just create a file called project.tsx and then click enter. Okay, but it's totally up to you. Like this also you can create, or the best way to organize your folder, you can create a folder named project, and inside this again you have to create index.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and here we'll say a folder called project. Now attach this project screen or project page to this path, so we'll say project and save it. Now if I go back to our application, now let's go to the workspace slash project and then click enter. You will see nothing on the screen. So let's go. That's because when you add the nested route, you have to enable the outlet for it, right? You have to tell, okay, from workspace you have to go to the project, right? And that's where the React router provide very important feature called outlet. Now this outlet, if you observe carefully, it is importing from the React router DOM. Now make sure to import this one. Okay, now in this case you will see the workspace page as well as you will see the project page, okay, which is rendering through this outlet. Let me save this and go back to your project. Let me refresh this screen. So maybe over here you need to just add a project, and then you will see the workspace and the project. Okay, now you can simply play around it. For example, if I remove this outlet, okay, and then you will not see that project, but if I enable this outlet, then you can able to see that nested route called workspace slash project, right? So that's how the nested route works. And the last again, which is a dynamic route. For example, I want to go to this project slash any route, something like this. Currently we don't have that, right? But you can add that too. So simply we'll go to our main.tsx, and inside this you can even modify the existing one. So simply I'm gonna add slash and the ID, or we can say project ID. Okay, so you have to pass the project slash whatever the project ID. Now once you start the name with the colon, it means it's a dynamic one. Okay, and obviously you are attaching the same screen, so that's completely fine. And now if you see, I can jump to this any page without any error, and it jump to this project screen only, right? Now you want to get this particular ID whichever you are rendering, right? You can even get that. Simply go to the project screen. Inside here we'll add a constant, and whichever ID you use, right? So in this case we'll use project ID. So make sure to destructure it is, you have to destructure it using this use param routes, something like this. Okay, and then get the project ID. Now what I will do, I will just display this project ID inside the div. So for example, if you see, I type this one. So if I type 1 2 3 4 5, it's rendering as 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so whatever you write over here, it will display that particular project ID. Okay, so that's all about this single, nested and the dynamic route, which conclude the React router. And throughout the application, obviously we need this all the three type of router in order to build this application. Now let's create a landing screen for our AI PPT generator application. Whenever user jump to our app, he will see this landing screen. And from there, user can sign up to our application and then start creating a new PPT. But before that, obviously landing screen is needed. So if you see this mockup where we have the header and then we have the hero section with this simple content. Obviously you can add more content to the landing screen, it's up to you, but we'll keep it simple because this is not our focus. Our main focus is to generate an AI PPT generator application. So let's go back to our app, and inside this, as our default page is app.tsx, right? So inside this we are going to add the hero and the header section. So first I'm gonna create a component. So inside this component folder, we create a new folder called custom. Okay, so all the custom component which we are going to create will keep inside this folder, and then inside that we'll create header.tsx file. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Now simply inside the app.tsx you can add this header file, but if you want this header file throughout the application, you can add to the main file. But first let's start with adding this inside the app.tsx. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to the home screen, and then you will see the text header. Let's implement it. So on the left side we want to show a logo. So inside the assets folder I already added this logo.png file. Okay, I will put these all the assets for free. The link is in the description, so you can check it out. So in order to add this logo, first I will simply import this logo. Okay, or we can say, let's say logo from, and then we'll add slash assets slash logo.png. Okay, and we imported it as a logo. We don't need to destructurize, you can just leave it like this. Okay, now once you have this logo, simply over here we'll add an image tag with a source, and inside this you can define a logo. Here you can add alt tag as a logo, and then you can add a width, let's say 40, and height to 40, and save it. Once you save, let's go back to our application, and then you will see this logo. It's quite small, right? Obviously we need to change this size, so let's make it 200 and 200 over here, and I think that's much better. Obviously we want to decrease this size little bit, so we'll make 130 maybe. Perfect. Then we want to show a get started button on the right side. So over here I will add a button component, and then inside this we'll close this button, and then we'll simply say get started. Now we want this on the right side, so for this div we'll make it class name as a flex, then item to be in the center, and then justify between. If I save this one, this is how it look like. And then for this div we'll just simply add padding x to 10. Okay, for a shadow you can just say a shadow, so it will add this beautiful shadow for the header, and that's how our header is now ready. Once we added the authentication, and when users sign up to our app, we can show a user profile image instead of this get started button. Okay, now let's implement the hero page or hero section. So for the hero section we'll again create a new component inside this component custom folder, and we'll name it as a hero.tsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now this hero we are going to add inside the app.tsx, so we'll say hero and then save it. And if you see, this hero is now displaying on the screen. Now let's go to this hero page, and very first thing I will add an h2 tag for the title. So if you go to this eraser documentation, I will copy this as it is, and simply I'm gonna paste it here. Over here obviously we'll add some style, so we'll say font bold, text is of 6XL, and then save it. Then let's make it 5XL. Okay, after that we also want to add a p tag for the description, so I will copy this description as well, and then I will paste it here, and this is how it looks. Obviously for this p tag we'll add a class name with a text Excel. Okay, and you can change this color, so we'll say color to, let's say, 500. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, but make sure you mark it as a flex column, item to be in the center, and justify content in the center. You can add margin top to 28, something like this. Okay, also you can add a space y to, let's say, 4, so some spacing between items, and then you can add another div for the two buttons. So first button I will add as a watch video, and then I'm gonna add a video icon from the Lucid React, right? Now when you install the Shadcn, it also install a icon library called Lucid. Now this icon library is quite rich and very popular among the developer. You can search whichever icon you want, remember the name and simply type it and you will get the suggestion. Once you get it, if I save this one, this is how it look like, see, okay? Or you can change this one and here you will see the suggestion as well. Pretty cool, right? Now once you add this button, I will add another button and I will name it as get started and then save it. And this is how it look like for get started. Let's give some gap. So here we'll make it as a flex and then gap to 5. Okay. Now for this watch video button, I want to change this variant. So you can add a property called variant, and then you have different variant like default, destructive, ghost, outline and many more. I will select the outline one and then you will see this outline, and then we also have this get started. You can even change this size and I will mark it as a, let's say, large, or you can add it as an icon large, or just add a large, it's not icon. And same thing I'm gonna do the size for this one as large. Perfect. Now for this particular width, right, you can add a maximum width size as well. So I updated this description little bit longer, so I will copy paste over here so that you can see something like this, right? You can add a maximum width size as well. So I will make this as a 2XL and then make sure to add text to in the center of the screen. And also for this one, I will add margin top to 10, some margin. Okay, so that's how our simple clean hero section is ready. Obviously at the end of this particular video, I'm going to update this landing screen as well. Now over here you can add some video section. So for that one, I'm going to use this magic UI. It has a predefined components, okay, and there are a lot of different components you will find. It's based on Shadcn, so you don't need to worry about anything. So simply go to the components and then search for the hero video dialog. Okay, so if I click on this one, it will open this video and this is how it look like. So I'm going to use this one. So simply first go to the code and you will find this example how to use it and all. In order to install it, make sure to select this npm, copy this npm command and then simply install it. Once it is installed, you can copy this example code. Okay, so let's copy everything as it is and then simply I'm going to paste it here as a hero video dialog. And once it's ready, you will see this beautiful dialog. Obviously you can add some width. So over here we'll say maximum width to, let's say, XL, or let's make it 3XL, and then I will also give margin top to, let's say, 14. Okay, so some gap. Just above this we'll add an h2 tag and here we'll say watch how to create AI PPT. So some text, let's add a class name with a text in the center and margin Y to 4. Perfect. So something like this, you can add more content. Okay, it's up to you how you want to update it. Now before moving to the next part, I want to inform you, currently if you remember, we selected the theme color as a zinc, so it's showing the black color everywhere, right? And if you want to update your primary color for your all the Shadcn component, you can do that. So you don't need to update for each of the component, and that's so easy. So simply you have to go to the index.css file. So we'll go to this index.css and inside this index.css just search for the primary color. So over here if you see, we have this primary color. Okay, and this color is in the format of OKLCH. Okay, obviously I also don't know this one, but if you want to generate your own favorite color, copy this and simply you have to go to this oklch.com, which will convert any hex code with this format. Okay, now let's select some color, and I will select color something like this, and once you select, you can copy this format code, and simply I'm going to replace this primary color over here. Once you save it, and then you will see the magic. Boom, it's changed everywhere, right? And now whenever you add any new component from the Shadcn, it will automatically update it for you. Okay, now for example, let's go to the hero.tsx, and you want to change color for this presentation text. So I will wrap this in a span tag first, and then over here we'll say class name text primary. Okay, because we want to use primary color, and then save it, and boom, and this is how you can change the color. Okay, because we set the primary color with our own color code, right? Same thing you can do it for all other color combination. Okay, but I don't want to update for all, so just I am updating for the primary color, and you can also update for the same. Now let's add an authentication for our app, and obviously we are going to use an email password and Gmail authentication, and for that one we are going to use a Clerk authentication. I will put the link in the description, just click on it. And Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market, and many developers users use the Clerk authentication because it's very easy to integrate and it's free to use as well. Clerk provide a lot of different features like multi-factor authentication, session management, email, SMS one-time passcode, magic link, and many social sign-on like GitHub, Gmail, Facebook, Azure, and many others. Not only that, but Clerk recently introduced a Clerk billing, which is the best subscription billing SDK you will find. In just one line of code, you can add this beautiful subscription pricing table into your app, and it automatically get connected to the Stripe payment gateway as well. That's how easy it is, and that's why we are going to use a Clerk. Now first thing, click the link in the description and then create a new account if you don't have already. Then jump onto the dashboard. Here you will find an option to create a new application. If you see, I already have bunch of applications running on Clerk. Now once you click on create application, give the application name. So here we'll say AI PPT generator, and then you have option to enable a different sign-in option like phone, username, Facebook, Apple, GitHub, and there are a lot of others. Pretty cool, right? But you can anytime unselect that and select the one which you want. On the right hand side, you will see the actual preview, how it looks when user click on sign in or sign up button. Once you are selected all the option, simply click create application, and then you will jump onto this overview page. Now make sure to select the correct SDK. So in our case, we are going to use this React, and then once you select it, you will find some step which you need to follow in order to integrate the Clerk. Now very first thing, obviously we already have the React application running, so we'll simply install the Clerk SDK by using this command. So simply copy this command, go back to your VS Code, and simply paste it. So it will install the Clerk for our React application. Then you need to copy this publisher key, and then you have to paste it inside .env file. So if you don't have .env, make sure to create a one. So we'll say .env inside the root directory and simply paste this API key. After that, inside your main.tsx file, you have to add your publisher key, something like this. So simply I'm gonna copy this, go to your main.tsx file, and then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so which will get the publisher key from your .env file, and then if it's not there, just it will throw an error saying missing publisher key. After that, you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider, and then make sure to pass this publisher key as well. So basically I'm going to wrap something like this. Okay, so I'm protecting our complete provider. Make sure to import this Clerk provider as well. So I will copy this import statement and then at the top I will paste it here and save it. Now after this, if you scroll down, you will see some of the Clerk pre-built component for sign in, sign out, user button and sign in button as well. Okay, these are very helpful. Now once you're done with this one, let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and right now this is the public page. Obviously anyone can see it, right? But if user click on get started, we wanted to user to sign in first, right? And then only we have to redirect user to our workspace page, correct? Now currently obviously user can access this workspace page, right? But we don't want allow user to access this workspace page. So first we will learn how to add the sign in, okay, option. Let's go to the hero section for now, and inside this hero section at the top we'll check if user is already signed in or not. So in order to check, you can have an option called user. There is a React Clerk hook called use user, and if you see it is importing from the Clerk React, okay, which will return the user information. If user is login, then we'll get the user information, otherwise we'll get a null. Okay, now once we have this user, here we'll check if there is a no user, then you can show this get started button, otherwise you can add user sign in button. So it's not get imported, but first what I will do, I will just copy this button as it is. Okay, so right now what we are doing, if user is not there, then it will show this get started, and if user already log in, then it will say go to the dashboard or will say workspace. Okay, now this button we need to wrap inside this sign in button component. Okay, and if you say this sign in button is importing from the Clerk React, so over here I will import this sign in button first, and then I'm gonna simply wrap this sign in button something like this. Now this sign in button has a mode called model. Okay, now this one after adding this mode, it will show the pop-up with the sign in option. Now if I click on get started, boom, you will see the sign in window is ready. Obviously this is the Clerk component which is pre-built, but you can customize it as per your requirement as well. If you remember, we added this Facebook and Google authentication along with this email password, and both the options are showing. Also from the Clerk configuration, you can change this social sign-on, okay, whichever you want. For example, if you don't want this Facebook, you can just disable that, and then you will see that change. Now if I click on get started, now only you will have option with the Google and not Facebook, right? Now once you sign into our application, then you will see the button will change to the get started, sorry, to the workspace say. Okay, now obviously it will not allow you to sign in again because you already sign in. Whenever you sign in, obviously at the top you have to change this to the user profile icon. So basically let's go to the header, and same thing you have to implement inside the header as well. First we'll check if user is already there or not, right? And over here we'll say if user is not there, then we wanted to show a get started button, otherwise we wanted to show a user button. Now for the get started, I'm gonna wrap this inside the sign in button, and make sure you'll pass a mode as model and then save it. Now as user is already signed in, then you will see this beautiful user profile icon where you have option to manage your account. Everything is already added by the Clerk, so you don't need to worry about any implementation of this UI. Okay, another important thing along with this user button, so I will add a div. I'm going to add a button called go to workspace. Okay, and I will make this flex gap to 5, item to be in the center. So user have option will go to the workspace page once user click on this go to workspace button, okay, in both the case. Now obviously in order to navigate it, you have to wrap this in a link tag. Now if you see this link tag, we have to import it from the React router DOM. Then we have to pass a to. It's similar to the anchor tag, but it's much optimized and faster. And here you need to navigate to the workspace page, something like this, see, and save it. Same thing we have to do inside the hero component as well for this button. As simple as that. And don't forget to import this link from the React router DOM and save it. Now if I click on go to workspace, boom, it jumped to the workspace page. Now it is very important if user is sign out. For example, if I go to our application and then I will just sign out from here, you will see the button change back to the get started, and again I have option to sign in. But we have to make sure we are not accessing this workspace anymore, right? Now we have to protect this particular page. Now inside the React, you don't have any middleware file which help us to protect your route. So simply what you can do, go to the workspace page, which is index.tsx, and here we'll add a user as use and import this use user hook. Then we'll check if user is not there, then we'll simply add a page or something like this saying please sign in to access the workspace. That's all, and then save it. And right now if you see, it's saying please sign in to access the workspace, right? Obviously you can create a dedicated screen, or you can just even add a button over here and we'll say sign in, right? And for this button you can simply add a link with a hrefs, with a to, and we'll go to back to the home screen. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to design this. If I click sign in, obviously we'll jump back, and then from here you can sign in again. Now obviously we protected all the route which come under the workspace, all the children or nested route as well. For example, if I go to this workspace project, then also you will see this sign in button, okay, and you can only able to access once you sign in to our app, and then you will see you can able to access now all the routes which come under this workspace page. Now next we will learn how we can save the user information which login very first time, okay. So obviously for that one, first we need to set up a database, and then we want to save the user information. Database is a very crucial part of any application, and today we are going to use a Firebase database. Firebase is a real-time database and also is free to use and very easy to integrate as well. With the help of Firebase and the React, you can build any kind of application. So simply go to the firebase.google.com and then create an account. If you don't have, simply you have to sign in with a Gmail account. Then go to the console. Over here, if you don't have any Firebase project, make sure to create one. Now I already have one, so I'm going to use the existing one. Inside this, you have option to create or add a new app. Here make sure to select a web and then give the application name. So here we'll say AI PPT generator. Then simply click register app, and here you will see you will find this configuration. But before that, make sure to install the Firebase inside your application. So this Firebase SDK needs to be installed first. Once it is installed, then we have to add this configuration. So simply copy this configuration and then we'll go back to our app. Inside this, inside the root directory, I will create a folder called config, and inside this config folder we'll create a new file called firebase config.ts. Simply paste the code which you copied. Okay, now I think it's still installed, I don't know, so maybe I need to install with the sudo command, because in my case the permission issue. And then simply click continue to console. Over here you will find your application called AI PPT generator. Okay, now obviously make sure it's saved. Over here you will find the API key in all. You can move this API key inside the .env file. So we already have this .env file. We'll create a new variable called Vite Firebase API key, and then I will paste this key. We have to use this key inside the Firebase config. So we'll say import.meta.env.firebase API key, and same thing you can do it for all other. Here we need to add exclamation mark, I think. Then inside the Firebase console, you have to enable this Firebase database. Okay, if you already enable, then don't worry. Over here you will find a default database if you created the very first time, but if you already use this default database, then you have option to add a new database as well. Okay, simply click on standard edition, click next, and here you have to provide a database ID. So I will provide an AI PPT generator. You don't need to use any special character or space. Make sure, then select the nearest location to you and then click next. Here I will start in a test mode. Simply click create. Once you create this database, you have to update the rule. Okay, so once over here, make sure to select your database, go to the rules, and as we are in the test mode, so you can add future date, something like this, and then make sure to publish it as well. Okay, so that you can easily access the database. Over here currently we don't have any collection or document. Okay, now if you don't know what is collection and document, I will definitely suggest you to go to the Firebase documentation or internet, learn about what is a collection and a document. In a simple word, collection is nothing but a Firebase table you can consider, and the document nothing but the record inside that particular collection. Okay, so as simple as that. Now let's go back over here, and inside this I will remove this analytics, and we want to use storage. You need to initialize this Firebase database first. So we'll say Firebase DB is equal to get Firestore, and then provide an app reference. Okay, now once you import this, you have to once you add this get Firestore, you have to import it. So we'll say import get Firestore from Firebase / Firestore, and then save it. So once you export this Firebase DB, it means you can access it throughout the application. Now let's save this one. Now let's close all of this tab for now, and then go to the workspace page. So inside the workspace we have this index.tsx. Over here we're gonna create a new method. Okay, so basically we'll check if user is signed in or not, and if yes, or we'll just say if user is signed in or not, we'll just add a create method called constant create new user. I will remove this command, and over here first we need to write constant result is equal to await Firebase DB. Okay, maybe we need to import this, so we'll say import Firebase DB from, and then give the path. So we added inside the config folder. I think we need to go back one more folder, config / Firebase config. Okay, so that's where we have our Firebase DB. Now if you don't know how to insert the record, how to fetch it and everything, simply go to the Google. Let's enter like Firebase add document. Okay, and then you will find how to add a document. It's very easy, guys. Okay, as we already initialized it, so you don't need to worry about. But if you see this set document, okay, which actually help us to add a new document inside the collection. So this is the way that you can easily add it. But we have to consider one important thing. Here we need to check if user already exist in database. Okay, if not, then only we'll create new user record. Okay, so basically first we need to check inside our database. So now in order to check whether the record is already exist or not, you will see this documentation called read doc. Okay, I don't know where it goes. Yeah, read data, right? And here you have find an option called get data. Inside that you will see, you will learn how to get the data from the Firebase. Now if you scroll down a little bit, you will see that option called get document. Okay, from here you can get the document. It means you can fetch the record. Basically you have to define a reference and then you can simply use it. So I will copy this example as it is, so it will be easy for you to understand, and I'm going to paste it here. Now basically make sure to import this document. Then you have to provide your Firebase DB reference. Over here this is nothing but the collection name. Now collection name nothing but the table name. Here we'll say users, and the document name is nothing but the record name, okay, which will be the unique. So make sure that need to be a unique and it need to be a string only. So basically here you can pass a user primary email address dot email address. Now we'll pass this user email address. We'll check if this document or record is exist in our database or not. Okay. Now and also over here we'll check if user is exist. Okay. So that condition also I'm going to add. And if email address is not there, you can pass an empty. Here I will make this as async. Make sure to import this get doc from the Firebase Firestore, and we are already passing this document reference. Now inside the doc snap, we'll check if doc snap is exist. It means user information is already exist or not. If it exists, it will just console with the data. But if it's not exist, it means we have to insert a new user. So over here we'll say insert new user. Okay. Now in order to insert, we already learned how to insert the record, right? So from the Firebase documentation, again you will learn how to add a document, nothing but the how to set a document. Okay, so this is how you can set the document. So let's insert it. So simply you have to write await set doc. Make sure to import it from the Firebase Firestore. Then the document which you want to add. Obviously don't forget to provide a Firebase DB reference, then the table name or collection name and the document name. So document ID, so we'll say user.primary email address.email address. Here I will pass it as empty as well, and then we have to add a data which you want to insert. So basically let me bring this down so easy to understand. So over here we'll add few field like full name as user dot full name. So from the use user hook you will get the full name as well. Then the email as user dot primary email address dot email address. Then you can even store whichever value you want, like created at. Okay, then you can store it as a credits, how many credits by default you want to give. So we'll say 3, or let's make it 2, so user can only create a 2 PPT in a free trial. And I think that's all we needed. Let's save everything. Okay, and I think that's all. Now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. Now obviously whenever the user information is available, we have to make sure we'll execute this use effect and then we'll call this create new user. Let's save this one. Now inside the database we don't have any collection. If I refresh this screen and go to the workspace, right now if you see we don't have any result. But if I go to the console, you will not find anything because we did not console anything. But let's go to the database, make sure to refresh the Firebase database, and then still we don't have anything. Okay, over here that's because we added the database, right, which is not a custom database or a default database. So you have to update your config. So go to the Firebase config. So I'm going to simply go to this Firebase config, and inside here you need to provide a default database. So this particular ID you need to pass inside your Firebase DB actually over here. So we'll say AI PPT generator. Okay, and then save it, and let's test this out now. Let's refresh this and then boom, you will see the users with a document with a document ID as a user email, and inside this you will see these 4 different fields, right? Now even though if I try to sign in or refresh it again as many times, it will not insert the record, right? Because it's checking first whether that particular document is already exist, but rather it's returning this information, okay, which contain the whatever the record we inserted. Now this information we're gonna save it because we want it in a throughout the application, right? So instead of fetching it every time, you can fetch it inside the workspace and simply you can reuse inside your app. So in order to do that, there is a concept called context. Now when you want to pass the value from one component to other, or in a child component, the context is quite helpful, which is the state management hook inside the React. Instead of explaining this, let me show you how it works. So basically we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a context. So all the context we can keep inside this context folder. Then we'll create a context name called user detail context.tsx. Inside this user detail context, we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context, and make sure you are importing this from the React. Here I will pass it as a null with a type any, and then save it. Once you create the context, we need to wrap our application inside this context provider so that whatever value the context holding can access by other components. So inside the main.tsx, which is main page of our application, right, which hold the complete app, and here we can add it, but we don't have function to define our state or context. So basically we are going to move this, okay. So over here we can simply write function root, and then inside this we will simply add a return, and we'll add this Clerk provided out, okay. So I will cut it from here and then we'll paste it. Then this root you can simply add inside this strict mode, okay. And now if I save this one, you will not see any changes, see, as it is. But along with this one, let's wrap our user context provider. So over here we'll say user detail context. So if it's not importing, make sure to import it manually. So over here we'll say user detail context from, and then give the path. Now we have this user detail context. Here make sure to wrap inside the curly braces, and then here we'll say provider. Now to this provider you need to provide a default value, okay. And I will make sure to wrap it here as well. Perfect. Make sure to close, okay. After that, let's add a state called user detail. Now this is the default state that we are going to pass, okay, and here we'll say use state. Now this particular set user detail and user detail we are going to pass to this provider. Now all these pages which is going to render through this router provider can access this user detail and set user detail. Now let's go to our workspace index.tsx where we getting the user information. Over here I'm going to use the context. Now when you are using, make sure to destructurize this context by using the curly braces. Then here we'll say user detail comma set user detail, okay, something like this. And then after this we'll say use context, and then give the context name, and that's how we have to define. Once you set this user detail and set user detail, you can simply use. So over here we'll set the value once user is already exists in a database, right? And after that when user insert the record, that information also we need it, right? So you can get it from here. So instead of rewriting this, you can create a constant with the data, and then this data you can simply destructure it over here. And at the last, I will set this user detail with the data and then save it. And that's how we have to save. Currently, if you see, we are getting error. So I think we need to use a complete path. So make sure you are providing the complete path over here and save. And right now, if you see, we don't have any error and we are also getting the data. Now later on, obviously throughout the video, you will learn how easily you can access it. So the same way you can access it whenever you want to use the information from the user detail like credit or email, then you can directly access it by importing this context. Now let's understand the workflow. Now once user is signed into our app, user will redirect it to the workspace page where user have option to enter his requirements, or user can enter his own prompt for that slider. Then we will give option to select the slide style, like whether user want professional, creative, modern, and many others. Once user select the style, AI will automatically generate the outline depends on the selected style and the user entered requirements. Now obviously for that one we are going to use an AI model along with our prompt to generate this outline, and these outline are editable, means user can even update this outline. Once user finish generating the outline and everything, then we are going to generate each slide one by one with the help of AI model. Now obviously the question is how to generate that slider with a specific layout, formatting, icon, everything that we will see in a moment. But first in this section we'll mainly focus on this particular workflow. Okay, so we can call it as a workflow part 1. Okay, and in second workflow part 2 we are going to learn how we can actually generate the slider. Okay, so let me show you the the mock-up for the workspace page. Now currently once user is signed in, we are showing this workspace, right? It's currently empty, but on this one at the top we are going to show the header. We can reuse the same header which we already implemented, and then this particular section basically used to get the user requirements. Okay, user have option to select the number of slides from the drop down, and then once it's done user can send it in order to generate the layout and select the style. Below that we are going to show a user generated project section. Okay, so obviously we'll implement this particular part later on, but this is the how our workspace page will look like. Now at the top we also wanted to show the number of credits remaining now all. Okay, that also you can implement it, but first thing first, let's go back to our application, and inside this workspace we have this index.tsx file. Currently we are going to add the header, so we can use the same header which we implemented before. And if I go back now, you will see this header. Right now obviously we already on the workspace page, so you don't need to show this go to workspace button. So simply I will go to the header, and inside the header we'll get the current path. Okay, so here we'll say path is equal to use I don't think so there is a path hook inside this React. So basically here we need to use, let's add use location from the React router DOM, and then from the location you can simply get the location dot path name. Okay, so which will return the complete path. Now obviously what we are going to do, we will check over here if location dot path name dot includes slash, or just we'll say workspace. If this word is include, then we don't want to show this go to workspace, right? So over here I will add a div to add a credit if that is exist. Otherwise we're gonna simply show this go to workspace button. Right now if you see, we are on the workspace and now this button is not showing anymore. But if you go to the home screen, you will see go to workspace. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to handle it. Now obviously in this section we'll gonna show how many credits are remaining. So basically we'll add a diamond icon and then we're gonna simply show a user credits. Now in order to get user credit, you can use the user detail and set user detail from the user detail context. So is equal to use context and then we'll say user detail context. Now make sure to import this user detail context and then you can simply get the credits from the user detail dot credits. If it's not there, then we can show it as a 0 and then save it. Now if I go back, currently the import path is not correct, so basically you have to provide a correct path and save. Perfect. Currently if you see there is a 2 credit is showing. Let's add a flex gap to, let's say 2, item to be in the center, and then we'll also add a padding to 2, padding X to 3. We'll also add some background. Here we'll say something like let's add some orange with a rounded full. Perfect, something like this. See, so here instead of diamond we'll say gem icon, okay, which more look like a diamond. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so obviously here we are showing how many credits are remaining. So once the header is completed, now let's create a new custom component and we can call it as a hero prompt, or just we'll say prompt box .tsx, okay, where user can enter his own prompt requirements. And once you add this prompt box, make sure to add after this header. So over here we'll just add a prompt box. Okay, now remember one thing, currently if you see we have the prompt box, but if I go to this project or somewhere, that prompt box component is still visible, right? And that's what we have to avoid. So we wanted to show prompt box only when the path is our workspace. Okay, so basically we are going to get a location is equal to use location from the React router DOM. Make sure to import that, and then from the location you can just get it. So here we'll say location dot path name is equal to slash workspace, and then only we want to display this prompt box. Okay, and right now if you see, now prompt box is not displaying, it will only display on the workspace page. Okay, so that's how you have to add a condition and display prompt box only when it is required, because we have this outlet, right, which will render all the children which come under the workspace. Now let's go to the prompt box, and inside the prompt box we need to add the heading, and I'm gonna use this same heading from this mockup. Over here we'll add a class name with a flex, not flex, with a font bold and text to 3XL. That's how it look like. And also I'm going to add a small description, and over here we'll say class name, font, not font, but we'll just make text XL, and text is of gray color 500. Perfect. Now we want that in the center of the screen. So basically we can wrap inside another div, and then we can make class name with a width full. Okay, but we'll make flex item to be in the center, and make sure to add a justify center as well. Okay, so it will come in the center of the screen. Then Here again we make flex column item to be in the center, justify content center, so it will be again come in the center. Also don't forget to give margin top to, let's say, 28. And then after this we want to add this input prompt box, right? So before that, over here I will add a space y to, let's say, 4. Now in order to add this input box, right, the Shadcn recently added a brand new section called input group. If you click on this one, this is how the input group will look like, and that's what we want, where user can enter the or search anything or chat with the AI, right? You will also have the extra buttons and button to send as well. Now in order to add this all the feature, we already have this input group installed. So only thing you need to import this input group import statements. So over here I will add that. Then you can refer the example that how it actually implemented, okay? And it's quite easy. So basically you have to add an input group, okay? Once you add this input group, you have inside this, first we need to add an input text area, or we can call it input group text area. You can add a placeholder saying enter what kind of slider do you want to create, okay? And then once you add that, close this tag and then save it. And if I go back to our app, this is how it looks like. Pretty good, right? After this, let me come down. Over here we need to add a add-on, okay? Now this particular buttons is nothing but the different add-on that inside input group you can add. So basically here we can say input group add-on, and you can align this one. You can say block in, and then you can add a different add-on, okay? So for example, if you want input group button, and inside this you want to upload some PDF file or something like that, right? So you can add icon plus icon, or let's say plus icon. So we'll say plus icon and save it, and then you will see this button or add-on is get added, okay? Now we also want user to select a number of slider which he want to create. So in order to add that kind of drop down, there is a one component inside the Shadcn called select. So if you scroll down, you will see this option called select, right, where user can select the option, and once selected it will show as a selected one. So first we already have installed, so you need to import this import statement, and then you can copy this example as it is and simply paste it here, okay? Once you add it, you can just save it, and then you will see that how it looks on the screen. Now obviously we don't need this icon plus, so I will just comment this out, and we have this number of slider which user can select. So basically here you can change the label, call number of slider, and then you can mention that how many slider you want to create. So we'll say 4 to 6 sliders, and the value is 4 to 6. We can write something like this. Then 6 to 8 sliders, so we can write 6 to 8, and here we'll say 8 to 12 sliders. So something like this you can simply write it, okay? So it's not difficult at all, and once you save you will see that option, okay? Make sure the placeholder is select number of slider, something like this, and once user select slider, he can easily pick it from there. If you want the text area size to be larger, you can, I think, mention that. So inside the class name you can simply add a height, okay? So depends on your requirement, you can just change this height as well. I think here we can mention minimum height, okay, and then save it. If I refresh it, this is how it looks like. Perfect. And on the right hand side, we just need to simply show the send button. Now in order to show that send button, you can simply go to this add-on only, and after this we can simply add input group button, and then for this one I will say arrow up. Okay, you can even add some variant. We can skip the variant as a default, but inside the class name I will make this rounded to full, and then I will mention the size as icon small, and then save it. If I go back, this is how it looks like. Obviously if you want that on the right side, you can add that. I think we need to provide a variant as a primary, or not primary, a variant as a default. I think we can get the option called default variant. Yeah, and save it. Now let's put it on the right side. So basically, and in order to put it on the right, you can simply add a class name to this group button as a margin left arrow, so it will come on the right side. Okay, now just to update this UI, I will make this as a 4x cell, and I will add a span tag. Here will say PPT slides with a class name as a text primary. Just give some interesting look. Now obviously over here you can add more details. Okay, you can edit this in a more different way. It's up to you how you want to design your screen, right? Because below that we want to add a my project section. So for this one we'll create a different component and we'll call it as a my projects, my project.tsx. After this, let's add a default template. Now once you add this my project, you can simply add inside your workspace page. So let's wrap this inside the div, and then after prompt box I will add this my projects component. Okay, now let's go back over here. You will see this my project component. Okay, let me refresh this. Yeah, you will see this my projects. Perfect. Now inside the my projects, I'm going to add a class name, and we'll say margin, or we can add margin X to, let's say, 32. Let's give margin top to 12, and then we'll add a div tag with a s2 tag, and here we'll say my projects. Okay, obviously we'll add a button. We'll say create new project as well. Now for this my project, we'll add a font, bold, text to Excel, something like this, and let's bring this in one line. So we'll add a class name with a flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. Perfect. You can add more margin top. Okay, so maybe you can add 20. And over here, if you don't have any project already, then you can add an empty state. I think Shadcn also added this empty section, empty component section. This is how it look like. Okay, you can simply reuse this. So basically it's already installed, you just need to import this. So we'll we need to import inside the my projects. Okay, and then you can copy this example as it is for the empty state. So I will copy that as it is, and then inside the div I will paste it here. Make sure to add this folder icon and then we have arrow right icon. Okay, now if I go back, this is how it look like. It's pretty good. Obviously you can change this name. So over here we have create project, and I think we don't need this text, so we'll just use this create project button. Perfect. So that's how our workspace page is ready. Quite simple, right? We don't want to make this complicated. That's the reason we kept it as simple as it is. Now once user submitted the input prompt, then we are going to save the user input along with we are going to create a unique project ID, and then we're gonna save it to our Firebase Firestore. And once it is saved, then we're gonna redirect user to the outline screen. Now obviously the path here is like /workspace, then /project, then the project ID. Obviously this is the dynamic one, and then again a new route called outline, and depends on that one we need to create a project and folder structure. Okay, now before implementing creating this route, first we'll learn how can we save the user input. So basically let's go back to our application and then go to the workspace index.tsx file. Now inside this we already have this prompt box, right? Inside the prompt box, once user submitted, we need to save it. Along with that one, we have to make sure whatever user entered inside this text area, we will save it in a state. So over here we'll simply say constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and which is of type string. Now inside this text area we'll say on change, this on change will emit the event, and then we'll simply set the user input. Now in order to get the user entered value, we'll say event dot target dot value, okay, which will give us the entered value and which will save inside our user input state. Once we have the user input, then we have this button, and on this button we're gonna call on click event. Here we'll say create and save project. Now this method we are going to create, so we'll say constant, and then we're gonna write a logic to save project to database. Now it is very important that this particular button will not get called until user enters something. So I will disable this button, so we'll say disable, but we have to make sure this button is only enabled once we have the user input. Then it means it will if the user input is not there, then disable this button. Right now if you see it's disabled, but as soon as I enter something, it's enabled. Okay, so that you can easily click on it. Now inside this create and save project, first we are going to create a project ID. Okay, this project ID need to be a unique ID. So for that one, I'm gonna use this npm uuid package, which will generate a unique identifier every time. So basically just simply install this, and once it is installed, you will find how to use it. Okay, you just need to import this uuid import statement, and then you can just call that, and which will give you the unique identifier. After this we'll just set the document, so we'll say await set doc, because we are going to create a new document, right? Inside the set doc we'll again import the document. Here provide a Firebase DB reference, then give the collection name, we'll say projects, and then a unique ID, so we'll say a project ID. Obviously this is a document ID, okay, and then inside the document ID I will again add project ID as a project ID. Then you can add a user input prompt, and here we'll say user input, and obviously you also need to add created by, so who created this. Here obviously you need a user email, so you can get that user email from the use user hook or from our context as well. It's up to you. Now we'll just simply save user.primary email address.email address. And as we are using await, I will make this as async and save it. Now obviously maintain a loading state. Okay, so when you are saving the data, we'll set the loading, and here we'll set the loading as true. Make sure you can pass the default as a false, and once it's saved, we'll set the loading as a false. Now also inside this input button, whenever the loading is true, we're gonna show a loader icon, otherwise we'll show this arrow up icon. Now for the loading icon, you can add an animation, so simply add animate spin and then save it. Also while saving the document, you can even add when is created, so we'll add created at, and then simply I will gonna add a timestamp and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. So right now we got an error saying this Firebase exists. So we use this Firebase, the import is not correct, so we need to import it properly. So that is from the config folder and then Firebase config. I think that's fixed the issue. Now here you can enter any prompt which you want. For example, let's say you want to create AI short film generator app investor pitch, right? And once you add this, then click submit. And once you submit, you will see this loading icon and done. Obviously it takes a millisecond to save it to our database. Now if I go to our Firebase, refresh the screen, and then you will see a new collection called projects. Inside this new collection, you will see a document get added, and that document ID as well under this field, along with the created at, created by, and the user input as well. Pretty cool, right? It means everything we got and we save it, whatever we want to add to our database. Now next, once user save it, obviously we want to redirect user to that particular specific page. Now in order to navigate it, you can simply first need to initialize a navigation. So over here we'll say use navigation. We have to use navigation actually, and then after over here you can simply, so I think we are getting error, maybe you have to use navigate from the React router DOM and remove this navigation, and then you can simply navigate to the slash workspace slash project slash the project ID which we have, and then slash outline. Okay, so this is the path where we want to navigate it. Now again, let's try this out. So here we say simple demo sliders. Okay, and then send it, and boom, if you see, it's navigate to that particular route. Currently we don't have this page set up, right? That's the reason it's showing a 404 error. Now let's create it. So it's quite easy. We'll create a workspace. Inside that I created this project. Okay, now we really don't need this index.tsx, so I will remove that. I just added for the explaining the React router, right, very initially, but inside the project, now let's add, and then inside the project we'll create an outline.tsx file, outline folder, and then inside this we'll create an index.tsx file. Okay, so it will be very easy to understand. Let's add a default template. I will rename this to outline and save it. Now once you implement and added these folders and files, it is very important to tell our router that okay, this is the new route that you have to add to our router. So basically remove the old one. So obviously here now we have this outline page and we have this project ID which is a dynamic one. After this we have to provide an outline. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and refresh this, and then you will see now we have this outline screen rendering perfectly fine. Where this is the dynamic value, you can change this to anything and still it will jump onto the outline only. Now obviously you already know how to get this ID, okay, and with that ID we need to fetch the project information from the Firebase, because inside the Firebase we have that document, okay, saved depends on the project ID, and then we need to fetch it in order to generate the outline. Now one more thing that we need to uh, add is the selection of this number of sliders. Currently we did not add it to our database, so just you need to add on value change and it will return the selected value from the drop down, and then you need to save it in a state. So we can define a state and we can call it as a number of slider. Here we'll say set number of slider, and obviously which is of type string, and here we just need to set this number of slider and here we make it as a value. Okay, now we can even show the default value for this select. Okay, so you can keep the default value even though user did not select, it automatically has the default value for it, and then don't forget to add that to your database. Okay, so that is the quick fix that we need to make, so that later on when we generate the slider, we can pass this number of slider, how many slider need to generate, and depends on that it will generate the slider. Now on this outline page, if you see this mockup here, we are going to show the style which is already going to define inside our application. So it's up to you how many style you want to define. I will share the complete object list for this style, okay, which contain the image banner and the style name, and obviously for that one each style has their own guide, so that also I'm gonna show you in a moment. And then at the same time we are going to generate outline with the help of AI model. Obviously these outline are editable, so we are also going to add an edit functionality for each of the outline. Each outline belong to each slider, okay, so depends on that one we have to generate the outline. Now for the slider, if you see I already have the design style guide, so where we have this style name, then the color palette, okay, which color palette we can use it for that particular style, and this is the design guide that is very helpful when you want to create a slide with the help of AI model. And the banner image, currently showing empty, but I'm gonna tell you how we can add the banner image as well. So first thing first, we need to fetch the project information, okay, depends on the project ID. So I will go back to our application inside this source where we have the workspace project, and inside this index.tsx where we have the outline. First I will get the project ID, so we'll say constant project ID is equal to use params. Once we have the project ID, let's create a method called get project detail, and inside this we'll say constant document reference is equal to document dot db reference, and then the collection name which is a project, and then document ID which is nothing but the project ID. Now make sure the collection name is correct, okay, so that collection name you need to provide. Import this document as well. So okay, so maybe it's saying project ID is maybe empty, so I will add some if the project ID is not there, it will pass the empty string. After that we'll create a document snap which will actually fetch the data, so we'll say await get doc. Now we want to fetch only one document, so we'll say get doc and then pass this document reference. Let's mark this as async. Now once we have the document reference, here we can say if doc snap dot exist, if the document exists, or maybe we can say if it's not exist, okay, then we'll return nothing, and you can show the toast message saying no document exist. Okay, right now I'm not doing anything, but if the document is exist, just save it inside a state called constant Here we'll say project detail comma set project detail is equal to use state. Now here we need to define a type for the project, so you can simply define it over here. So we'll say type project. As we are using a TypeScript for each state, it always better to define a type. Now for the type here, obviously we'll say user input prompt, which we can get it right. It is of type string. Then the project ID of type string, created at type string. Now obviously these are the field for which I'm going to write this type, and then pass this over here. And at the last we'll simply say the project detail with document docsnap dot data, and that's how we'll get the information. Here we'll say null as well, or null. So it's saying that it might be an undefined. Okay, so you can define a project snap. I don't know, you can provide it as any and then save it. Now this get project detail you need to call inside the use effect whenever this component or page loads, and only when you have the project ID. So here we'll say project ID and get project detail and save it. Now obviously you can console it, so we'll get to know. So we'll say console.log docsnap.data, and we'll verify whether we are getting a data or not. So let's go back over here again. I think the import issue. Oh, that's weird. Let me add it. So it is inside the config / Firebase config. Perfect. And now if I go to the inspect panel inside the console, you will see the document data, and inside that we have the document information when it created. I don't see the user input prompt. So okay, so this is the different actually. Okay, let me refresh this. And obviously we need to pass a correct document ID. So let me copy this document ID. And then click enter, and then you will see document data over here. See, here we have the user input prompt, project ID, and all of this information. Good, right? So that's how you can get the project detail. Now the next step is to show the sliders, right? So for that one, let's go to this outline section. Here I'm going to create a component under this component custom, and here we'll say sliders style.tsx. so we can keep all our style inside this slider style. Now I already have the style, but before that over here we'll add a div, we'll add a h2 tag. Here we'll say settings and slider outline. I will add a class name with a font bold, text 2XL. We want this class name with a maximum width to 3XL, and for this div we can make it flex item, or we make it flex item to be in the center. Let's go back. This is how it look like. Okay, so let me change this to justify center, and then we'll also give margin top to, let's say, 20. Perfect. Then we are going to import this slider style. So we'll add a slider style component, make sure it is displaying, and inside the slider style we'll add a class name with margin top to 5. Here we'll say select slider style. I will add a class name font bold, text to XL. Here I will also make the width full inside this index.tsx. Okay, so this is how it look like. Let's make it 3xl only. Perfect. Now the next thing, inside the slider style, I will simply go to our eraser doc at the bottom. I already added this list. Copy this style list, and here we'll say constant design styles and simply paste it here. Okay, remove this code and then simply you have to import the banner image. Now inside the source under the assets, I already added some design style. Okay, so this is just a banner image to display how it looks or what kind of slide you can create. So that we have to import it first. So over here we'll say import, and inside that we'll simply add, for example, professional slider. Okay, then we'll say from, and we'll say asset slash professional, something like this. Okay, I think you don't need to add this. Perfect. Now same thing, I'm gonna copy few more times, and one by one I'm going to add each of these banner image from these assets. Once you add all of these, now just replace this banner image with your banner. Okay, so whichever be imported, you have to just use that. So just replace it over here. So we'll say modern minimal white slider. Over here we have modern gradient slider, dark pastel, and then I think here I have text slider. Once you attach, your design styles are ready to display. Now basically over here I'm gonna add a div. Inside the div we need to iterate this, right? So we'll add a design style dot map. Here we'll say design comma index and then the arrow function. Inside here we'll add a div. First we'll show an image with a source tag. Inside this source tag we need to display design dot banner image. Inside the alt you can show a design dot style name. Then we'll say a width, let's say 300, height to 300, and then you can add a class name. We'll say width to full or rounded to 2xl, and then object cover. Okay, for this div don't forget to provide the index, that is very important, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and this is how it look like. Beautiful. But obviously we want in the grid format. So for this div we can say, okay, this is the grid and we wanted to show 2 column when the screen size is smaller, and on the medium screen size we wanted to show a 3 column. Also we want to add a gap to 5, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful slider selection option as well. Just simply give margin top to 3, so some space, and here our sliders are ready. Okay, it's obviously you can update this banner according to your requirements. This is just a design, okay, that how it gonna look. Next thing, whenever you hover on this one, you can show some kind of animation. And before that, I'm gonna add an h2 tag. Over here we'll define the design name or style name, something like this. See, I think we have to mention some proper height. So let's say 200 pixel, make it 120 only. Perfect. So that's look good to me. You can add a class name. You can make a font medium and text to be in the center. Perfect. We'll say margin top to 1. Now whenever you hover on any of these, we have to show some kind of hover effect. So simply for the class name, whichever item you want to add a hover effect, you have to write hover, and then you can add whichever animation you want. For example, I want to scale it little bit, right? So I will add scale 105. Now if I hover, you will see this animation. but it's not that smooth. So for a smooth animation, just add a transition all, and then you will see the smooth animation. Also, here I will make this as a cursor pointer. So basically, like, you can add it to this div, cursor pointer. So when you hover on this one, the pointer will change. Okay. Now once you select any of this particular style, we have to store it. Okay. So here we'll say constant selected style, comma set selected style is equal to use state. Here I think spelling check, selected style. Now whenever user click on any of this style, so we'll say on click, then you have to select or save this selected style. You can save it with a name, that would be fine. Okay, so simply you have to add design dot selected or style name. Okay, that will be easy. Obviously make sure it's a type string. Now obviously if I click this one, right, it is getting saved into our state, but we need to make sure that okay, this one is selected. So we need to add some kind of dynamic styling, and we need to show some kind of border showing that okay, this particular style is selected. So basically for this div, let's add a dynamic route. So add it in a curly braces, add this tag, I will remove the single quote, and inside the dollar sign you can write your condition. So simply we'll say design dot style name is matches with the selected style. Let me bring this down. Then we can simply say add a padding to 1 for example, and add a border as well. Okay, with a 2 width. You can also make this rounded to 2xl. Otherwise you can show nothing over here. Obviously you need to add a ternary operator and then save it. Now right now if you see, it's showing as a selected one. If I select this one, it is showing as selected one. Perfect, right? So that's it, that is what we wanted. You can change this color. So I will change the border colors to, let's say, border primary, and boom, perfect. You can add more padding if you want, something like this. Perfect. So that's how you can show the selected style. Now it's time to generate an outline. Depends on the user input, and we need to integrate an AI model, and then we're going to pass our prompt in order to generate this outline. So in order to integrate the AI model, we are going to use a Firebase Google's Gemini. Now with the help of Firebase also provide an option to add an AI model directly into your application. So before that, let's create a component. So I will go to the source, and inside the source we have this project outline, right? And inside this index.tsx we already showing the slider style. Now below that I'm going to add a new component. So let's add under this component custom, and here we'll say outline section.tsx. Now let's add a default template, save this one, and make sure to import this outline section. Okay, once you add this outline section, let's save it, go back to your app, make sure it's rendering. So you will see this outline section, beautiful. Now over here I will add a class name, margin top to, let's say, 7. Then over here we'll say user outline, slider outline, and to this one I'm going to add a font medium text Excel. Save this one, let's go back, and this is how it look like. Let's make this font bold. Perfect. And then we are going to display all the outlines, but before that we have to make sure we will get the outline from the AI model, right? So let's integrate the AI model. So I will go to our Firebase database, and inside this Firebase you will find an option called AI. Click on it and then click on this AI logic. Over here you will find an option to get started, and then you will see your application name. Okay, so in our case is AI PPT generator. Now to protect your application from unauthorized access and billing fraud, you can register this app for the app check. Okay, that you can do it later on once you finish your development. But now in order to integrate, you can see this HDK instruction. Just click on it, it will redirect you to the documentation, and here it mentions how to add this SDK. Now obviously first you need to install Firebase. We already configured the Firebase, so you don't need to worry about these particular steps. But we need to initialize this service, and then we need to create an AI model instance. So basically you need to import this import statement. Simply copy this. Then inside our config folder, we have this Firebase config, and at the top I will import it. After this, you need to initialize this Gemini Developer API backend service, and then you need to create a generative model instance as well. So I will copy both the line and simply I'm gonna paste over here. Now make sure to pass this app reference, and then you can rename this model if you want. So here we'll say Gemini AI model, and make sure to export this one. So once you export, it means you can use it in any components. Over here, you can change this model name whichever model you want. You can search it on their documentation, but Gemini 2.5 Flash is much better. Now you might have a question whether this is free or not. Currently it's free to use, okay, and in a free trial you can use it for free. So they don't charge any money for you from the day they publish, right? They are not charging, but until certain amount. Now the next step is to send a prompt, a request, and you can just make the request as simple as this. In just 4 lines of code, you can make an API call to the AI model, and then it will generate the output for you. So let's do that as well. So basically inside our index.tsx file, because this is our parent component, right? Inside this I'm gonna create a method called constant. Then we'll say generate sliders outline, and inside this we're gonna call that AI model. Okay, and once the outline is generated, that outline we are going to pass to this outline section. Let's copy all of this line as it is, then I will paste it here. Okay, let's make this as async. Now for this model we gave the name as a Gemini AI model, so make sure to import that Gemini AI model. Once you import, obviously you need to provide your own prompt, right? So I already have the prompt written for you. So if you go to the eraser doc, here you will find the prompt to generate the outline. So copy this prompt as it is, go back to your application, and maybe at the top you can add this prompt. So we'll say constant outline prompt, and then simply paste this prompt, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the outline prompt, it's just telling us that you have to follow these rules and then generate the output in the JSON format. Okay, also over here you need to pass the user input and the sliders information as well. Obviously you don't need this topic, so I will remove that, and the sliders count. So over here we'll say number of sliders. So depends on your count, it will pass the number of sliders as well. Let's save this one, copy this outline prompt. If you scroll down, pass this prompt as it is. Okay, and then we have to replace the user input. So over here we'll say user, let's add user input, and then we can get this from the project detail dot user input prompt. Okay, now this generate slider outline we need to call as soon as we get the project detail, right? At that time when you call this method, your state is not ready. Okay, so what you can do, when you call this generate outline, you can simply pass this data over here. Okay, so immediately we have to accept here, like project data we can call, okay, of type project, so that instead of project detail you can use this project data dot user input prompt. Also you need to replace, let me bring this down, number of sliders. Okay, so that count also we need to add. So here we say number of slider, and then we need to replace that with the project data dot number of slider. I think we don't have that field inside our type, so we'll add that. So here we'll say number of sliders. I will just verify the field name. So inside the Firebase Firestore, we'll select our database, and here we have this number of sliders with a S, and here we'll say of type string, so that you can easily show it over here. Okay, so that's how you need to add. Make sure the spelling is correct. Perfect. So now you have your prompt is ready. That prompt you are passing to this Gemini AI model, and then at the last you will get the text. Currently I will just console this text. Okay, now in the meantime, obviously you have to make sure you will pass the loading state. So over here we'll say loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Once the loading is started, you can set the loading as true, and once it's done you can set the loading as a false. Okay, now this is the stage where it's generating the outline. Now this loading state you need to pass to this outline section, okay, so that we can show some kind of skeleton that it's generating. So basically I will say loading as a loading, and then go to the outline section, accept this loading over here. We need to pass the type as a props, and let's define that types over here. So I will define a type loading as boolean, and whenever there is a loading, so here we can add a condition. If there is a loading, you can add some kind of skeleton effect. Okay, so in order to show the skeleton effect, let's add a dummy array. Okay, here we'll say dot map item comma index, and then you can simply add a skeleton component from the Shadcn. Let me show you how the skeleton component look like. So simply go to the Shadcn. Inside that you will find the skeleton component, and here this is how it look like. Okay, simply you need to provide a skeleton with a width, height, and how you want to display. So over here I will add a class name with a height to, let's say 60 pixel, width to full, and I will make rounded to 2xl. Also I will give margin bottom to, let's say 4, and then you can add key as an index and save it. Now currently if I go back to the index.tsx, over here we are just passing the loading state, but as soon as we get the project detail, we are generating the slider outline. Okay, now one more important thing, when you call this method, right, make sure inside your database you don't have the outline. Okay, currently if you see we don't have an outline, then only generate the slider outline. So basically I'm also going to accept the prop or field called outline, and here I will pass it as any, or maybe let's pass it as any only, and then we'll modify later on. So over here now I will just say if docsnap.data dot outline. Okay, if it's not there, then only execute this slider outline. Now let's save it. Let's go back to your application. I will go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, boom, you will see this outline, and this outline is generated in the form of JSON. Obviously it's a text, we need to convert and pass this text to a JSON, but the most important thing, if you see this JSON format, each object has the slider number, then the slider point, and the outline. Pretty cool, right? And that's what we want, and that's the reason we are showing this one. Okay, perfect. Now once you have this outline, you can parse this. Okay, so inside this generate out slider outline, you have to parse it and save it in a state. So basically I'm going to define a state called outline comma set outline is equal to use state, and then define a type for this outline. Let me put this prompt at the top, and over here we'll define a type called outline. Then here we'll say slider number. I will just make sure the field type called slider number is of type string. I think, I don't know why we give the type string. Then we have the slider point of type string, and then we have the outline of type string again. Okay, now once you define this, define the type for this outline, and also don't forget to define outline over here as well as a list. Okay, I think this need to be a list as well. Then at the end, obviously we have the raw text. So once we have the text, here we say constant raw JSON. Here we say raw JSON is equal to text, and then we have to remove this particular JSON. See this one. So we have to remove that one. So simply add and replace with the empty. Again, you have to replace one more character or string, which is this one, with the empty. And then once you get the raw JSON, you can simply convert it into a JSON, where you can just say JSON.parse. JSON. You will say JSON data, just avoid confusion, and then we'll say JSON.parse and then pass the raw JSON. Once you have the proper JSON, just set the outline as JSON data. Okay, and this outline now you need to pass to this outline section. Also make sure, I don't know why, but obviously it's not the skeleton effect is not showing because we already have the result, right? Over here I will just comment this out, and I will make this loading as a true just to see how it looks. See, right? So this is the outline section look like. Perfect. So I will just undo this one, and this particular outline now I'm going to pass to our outline section. Now go to the outline section. Here accept it as an outline. The type, obviously you need to provide it as an outline, which you already defined. So in order to use this same type, make sure to export it so that you can simply import it over here. See, something like this, right? So we imported from this project outline file, and this need to be array, so we pass it as an outline array. I will accept it here as well so that we can iterate those. Now over here we'll add a div. Then we need to add an outline dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div. Inside the div we'll add an h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag we'll say item dot slider point. Okay, this is very important. Then I will make this font bold. Then we'll add a p tag with a item dot slider outline, and here we'll add a key as an index. Now for this div we'll add a class name. We'll say background white. Then we'll also add some padding. Let's say padding to 3, rounded to, let's say, XL, and I think that's all we needed. So over here we have an error called outline. So it's saying outline can be null. So let's pass an empty array as well. And I think that's all. Okay, so let's go to this outline section, make sure everything is correct. For now I think this is good. Okay, let's test this out and let's see what we are getting. Don't forget to uncomment this because we commented this. Let's save it. Let's refresh the screen. Now once we have data, if you see, it's showing the loading state, and once it's generated, then we got the result. Beautiful, right? Here inside this we have a different outline along with the title and its outline as well. You can show the number on the left side, okay. So and also I'm going to add a border to each of them. Also, instead of generating every time, what I'm going to do, I will copy this text as it is and I'm going to store it. We'll say constant dummy outline. Okay, you don't need to add this string at all. Okay, and this dummy outline I'm going to pass to this outline. Okay, this is just for the testing purpose, guys. Okay, so every time you don't need to make an AI call. Now let's go to this outline section. Let's add some styling. So let's wrap this in a div first. Then I will add an h2 tag with index +1. So it will show the number. See. Now over here we'll say flex, gap to 3 and item to be in the center. Then for this h2 I will add a font bold and text to 2XL, so it's a little larger. See, something like this. I think we can make this much bigger. Sorry, we can add some gap between these two things. Then for this div again we can add border and then we'll also add space, not here, you can add margin top to 5, so some space between each of these things. Perfect, looks good, right? And at the right we want to add an icon. So over here let me wrap this inside the div again and then we'll add a button, and this button basically use to edit. Okay, so basically I will add edit icon. Something like this. See, for this edit icon I will change a variant as ghost and then you can change the size as icon small. I can let's change this to large. Perfect. So you have option to edit this icon as well. Over here along with the flex you can make this justify between, and I will make this flex with a gap to 6 and item to be in the center. I think that's pretty good. Along with this we can add padding X to 6, so we have good padding. Now if I close this one, this is how our outline will look like. For this slider number I'm going to add some styling. So here I will add a padding to 4. Let's add a background gray to 100 and then I will just make rounded to 2XL. I think let's make it XL and this is how it look like. Okay, so maybe you can add more padding and you can make 200. Perfect. Okay, that's look much better. Also at the bottom side you can add some space. So we'll say class name margin bottom to let's say 24. Okay, so that you can scroll at the bottom. Perfect. Now the next step is we need to add some floating button. Once user click on that floating button, then it will start generating your actual slider, right? So let's simply add the floating button on the screen, and that floating button we need to be in the center of the screen at the bottom side, and this need to be a fixed. It's a floating, right? Even though you scroll this screen, that floating button need to be there. So it's quite easy. Outside of this div we'll add a button. Okay, now to this button component here we'll say text called generate sliders and then we'll add a sparkles icon, something like this. Okay, currently if I save this one, this is where it's showing, but we'll add a class name. To this class name let's make this as a fix and then we want at the bottom, so we'll say bottom to 6. Okay, so right now if you see it's showing at the bottom and it's floating, but we want in the center. So in order to bring this into center, let's transform this one. So we'll say transform, then we'll say left to 1 by 2, then we need to translate in a negative, so we'll say translate x to 1 by 2 again and save it. And now if you see, it's came in the center of the screen. Beautiful. I think instead of sparkle you can add arrow right, it make more sense. Perfect. And also I'm going to change this size, so I will change this size to, let's say, larger, little bit bigger. So I hope you understand this complete workflow, that how we integrated the AI Gemini Firebase model and how we get the sliders outline as well and display it on the screen. Also we added this floating button. Next we're gonna learn how we can edit this one, right? And once user click on generate slider, then we have to make sure that we need to save the slider style and then the final slider outline in our database, okay, so that we can generate the actual slider. Now in order to add an edit functionality for each of these outline, on the click of that edit button, we are going to show a dialog with the title and the outline. If user want to edit, they can edit it, and then on the click of update, it will get updated to our database. As simple as that. So let's go back to our application, and this is what the button we have for the edit. So I will go back to our application and let me go over here inside the project outline where we have this index.tsx file. Right now inside this outline section component, we have this edit button. Let me open this, and we need to add on click method to this button. Okay, basically we want to open a dialog on the click of this edit. So basically let's create a new component called edit outline dialog.tsx. okay, and in that we'll add a default template. Then from the Shadcn we'll get a default template. So we'll go to this dialog. If you see on open click, you will get this dialog. So this dialog is already installed, so you don't need to install it again. As just copy this import statement, and then we'll copy this example as well as it is. Okay, and then save it. Now in order to open this dialog, right, if you see this, we have this dialog trigger, right? This dialog trigger help us to open the dialog. Now over here we want to pass our own edit icon button. So I will pass it as a children, and then make sure to render the children. Over here we'll say children, and I will pass a type any. Then inside the outline section, simply add edit outline dialog. Okay, and inside this you have to add this button as a children and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on it, you will see the dialog is opening. Cool, right? Now your task is to update this dialog, but don't forget to send the outline and slider point information. It means simply I'm going to pass outline data, I will say, and then you have to pass this complete item. Okay, because this item contains the ID, the slide point, and the outline. So that information we pass. Inside that, let's get it outline data and then save it. Now over here for the dialog title, we'll just say edit outline. I will say edit slider outline. Inside the description, I will add a div. Inside the div, let's add a label. We'll say slider title. Oh, this needs to be a label, and here we'll say slider title. Then we'll add an input of type, or you can just leave the type as it is. Okay, over here we'll add a placeholder and we'll say slider title. Then we also need to provide a value, the default value, right? So we'll say default value to outline data, or maybe you can simply add a value as outline data. Okay, and let's save this one. Let's check it out what we are getting. And on the click, if you see, we are getting this object. That's because we need to get outline data dot we have this slide point, right? Oh, sorry. So from the slide point we'll get the title, see, something like this, right? And now you have option to edit this as well. Same thing you have to do. So I will add a label again, and here we'll say outline, and then we'll add a text area in this case because the outline might be more than one line. And here inside the placeholder we'll say outline, and inside the value we'll say outline data dot outline, and this is how it look like. Okay, I think we can give some margin top to, let's say, 4. Okay, so we use this label, so label we cannot provide a margin to this label, so I will just simply wrap this inside the div, and then I will add margin top to 3. And then at the end you need to provide a button. So in order to provide a button, you can add a dialog footer. Okay, so here we'll say dialog footer, and inside the dialog footer we'll add a 2 button, one for update and other for close. Okay, let's see. And for the close button I will add a class name, not class name, but we can add a variant as outline. Okay, so close button, and then we have this update button. Perfect. Now on the click of update, we have to make sure whatever the content we have inside the slider title and the outline, we should pass back to the parent component, and then it will update that specific JSON object. Because if you remember, we outline data is a JSON, right? So we have to update that specific object only. So to do that, simply first we'll keep this outline data in our local state. Okay, so basically we'll say constant local data comma set local data is equal to use state, and then pass this outline data. Okay, and wherever we use this default value or this value, here we'll just change this to local data. That's it. Okay, so that you can able to update it. So right now if I go back to our application and edit anything, right, you cannot update this because we did not added this on change event, right? So over here we'll now add on change event, and to this on change event we'll simply, this is the event, right, it will trigger the event, and then we'll write a method called handle change. To this handle change method you need to pass the field. So here we'll say slider title, or let me see the what it called, we call it as a slider point, so we'll pass it as a slider point only, and then the value. So that value you can get it from the e dot target dot value, or this need to be an event actually, event dot target dot value. Now this particular handle change we need to add, so we'll say constant handle change, and this handle change will take an field of type string and the value of type string. Okay, and obviously we already attached this. Same thing we have to do, so I will copy this on change for this outline text area, but over here now we'll pass it as a field called outline, and that's all. Now let's go back inside the handle change, and basically we need to update this local data. So we'll say set local data, then here we'll accept all the local data, the previous information, and then we just need to update that field. So we'll say field dot field and their respective value, and save it. Now if I go back here, now you can able to edit it, see, right? So that's how you have to update your local data, but currently it's just updating this one, it's not updating any previous or any information on this slider, right? We have to make sure on the click of update we should update our data as well. So we'll add a constant handle update method. Now this method I'm going to call on click of that update button. something like this, right? Before that, let's make sure to wrap this close button inside dialog close component. Okay, so what it will do on the close button, it will actually close our dialog. If I open this dialog and click on close, it will close it, but it will not close on the click of update. So you have to do it manually. Okay, so for that one, over here I will add a constant called open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now this dialog take an property called open, and then you can pass open dialog, and also you can have a method called on open change. You have to set that to set open dialog. So whenever it open, then it will change to close or something like that, right? And then on handle update, you can set this open dialog to false. Okay, now let me show you how it works. So if I open on the click of update, now it's closing. Perfect. Now before that, on a handle update, you have to pass this updated data. So we'll say on update, you have to pass a slider number. So we'll say outline data dot slide number, and then you have to pass a local data which you want to update. Now this slider number helps us to update which number object we need to pass, whether we want to update slider number 4, slider number 3, likewise. Then this on update, we need to pass back to the parent component. Then I will go back to this outline section. Inside this outline section, obviously now we have this on update method, and on that one I'm gonna call handle update outline method, right, which will help us. I will rename this to handle update outline. Now call this method handle update outline, which actually going to update our outline. Now on this handle update outline, obviously if you see, our outline is again coming from the parent component, so it's better you can pass back. So over here I will say handle update outline and passing back to the parent of this outline section. So now I will go to this index.tsx where we have this outline section. Don't forget to add this inside your prop. Okay, so that inside the index.tsx, now we have to accept something like this. Okay, now it has two value. One is the index which you want to update. Okay, I think it's a type string only. I will just make sure the type, yeah. And then we also have a type, we also have we can say value, and I will put a type any because it's not any, but it's of type outline. And then I'm gonna call handle update outline. Okay, and to this one we need to pass index comma value. Now obviously we need to create this method so that it will update our outline. Now we already have this outline state, right? That state now we need to update. So we'll simply say set outline, then we'll take all the previous value. Okay, we'll not update that, and then we'll simply say previous dot map with an from each item. We'll check if item dot slide number matches with the index. Obviously we need to accept here as an index, and also we need to get the value of type outline. Okay, and then here we'll say, then we'll get all the item and then the value which want to update. As simple as that. Otherwise just simply return the item. Okay, and then save it. So in this way you can update the outline with a specific object. Let's test this out. So for example, I've updated this to welcome to simple demo slider. Okay, welcome again. I will write something like this. Okay, just to test this out, and click update, and boom, if you see, it's updated. Okay, same thing you can do over here. So thank you, and update, and boom, see, It means our outline is now updated, depends on what we are updating through this dialog. Okay, so that's how you have to do it. Now that's not all, guys. Okay, now once we have everything, and on the click of generate slides, we have to save the user slider style along with the outline into our database. It means we need to update our database with all of this information, and then we need to navigate to the next page. So over here I'm gonna click on I will create a new method called constant generate slider. On click generate slider, so here we'll say on generate slider. Here we need to update db. I will just simply say update db. Okay, now if I go to the database over here, if you see, we have only this much field, right? Now we also need to make sure we'll update our slider style as well, but we need to get the slider style. Currently we don't have the slider style, right? So inside from the slider style, once user selected the slider style, we need to pass. So on click of this one, I will also add call selected style, or here we'll say select style, and on select style I will just say design dot style, or we'll pass everything as it is. Okay, that is important for us, so I'm passing the design. Now on the select style I will just get this select style as it is. Okay, and then you need to pass a type for this select style. So here we'll pass it as a prop, then we'll say a type props, and inside the design style, if you see, we have the style name. So here we'll say style name of type string. Then we have colors. I will type any only for now. Then we have design guide, the icon. It's up to you whether you want icon or not. I will just, let's put it like that, and the banner image. Okay, I will put a type any, and this prop, make sure to pass it like this. Oh, so obviously the quick update over here, this need to be something like this, because inside the selected style we have this all the prop. Okay, perfect. Now inside our index.tsx we have to get this selected style. So first we'll define a state which will hold that selected style. So here we'll say selected style comma set selected style is equal to use state, and of type, obviously this is the type, right, we want. Let me put this as a different one. So here we'll say export type design style, and then we can assign a design style to this one. So we don't need these curly braces now. Perfect. So that we can provide a type design style for the selected style, and simply over here we have the select style which will return the value, and that value we need to set to the selected style as a value. Now this value again has a type design style, so we don't need to worry about that. I think that's all we needed. Oh, so over here I will put the any only. Okay, the select style, that's because this is the we are setting the value, right? So that's why we are not getting any value, so my mistake. So make sure select style is of type any, and design style we added, that's because we want to provide a value over here. And let me remove this for now, and over here as well. Okay, and now I just make sure to import this design style. Perfect, and save everything. Now once we have this selected style, obviously we're gonna use this selected style to update our database. So in order to update, just write await, then db So over here we'll say await document, or maybe here we need to update, so we'll say update doc. Okay, now inside the update doc, provide a doc which you want to update, the database reference, then the collection, so in this case is projects, and the project ID, right? Now here we already have the project ID, so that project ID you need to pass, and then over here the value which you want to update. And inside this we'll simply say design style as selected style, and then the outline. Okay, so inside the outline we'll pass the outline only. Just make sure that we have this outline which hold the outline information. Make sure to import this document, and here I will make this as a async. Now this update document actually will update the entire document. It means it will also remove this field, and then it will update with your new fields. But that's what we don't want. We want to do upsert, means if that field is not exist, then make sure to add it, or you can update that existing field. So over here you need to provide one more parameter called merge, and then we have to pass it as a true. Okay, so what it will do, it will merge these two new fields. And then once you add this merge, I think we need to set this document now. Okay, and let's try this out. Now this on generate slider we need to call on the click of generate. Our button is inside this outline section. Actually, let's try to move to this index.tsx, and make sure to import this button and then arrow right as well, and save everything. And now on the click of this button you can simply call this. So here we'll say on click, and then we're gonna call generate, sorry, and on generate slider. Okay, so something like this. Let's save this one. Let's go back to your application. Now we have this data, click generate slider, and once you click on it, let's see over here whether we got any data or not. Okay, so I don't see any data over here. Let's see why. So on generate slider it should update it. Let's do one thing, let's add a loading state over here. So we'll say set loading to true, and over here we'll set the loading as false. Okay, now we also use this loading, let me to show, let me go to the bottom. Okay, we use this loading to show the outline, right? So basically we need to use another loading state, so I will add that. So we'll say generate or update db loading, and here we'll say set update db loading. Okay, now we're going to use this, and over here we'll simply add if update db loading, then show a loader icon. We can add an and operator, and here we'll say class animate spin. Okay, and also make sure to disable this button whenever there is a update db loading. Okay, or there is only loading as well. Perfect. Let's go back to our application and let's test this out, and then test this out. So basically you can select whichever style you want, and then once you click generate side you will see this beautiful loading state. It's very quick because it's get updated immediately, and boom, if you see now we have design style. Okay, whichever style we selected, all with all of this information, and then outline as well. We have outline, slider number, slider point, and then the best interesting thing over here that we also have the existing fields, okay, which is not affected with our update. Okay, so that's how we have to update your existing document using this set doc, and then set the merge true. That will help us. If the document did not exist, it will create one. If it already exists, then it will add this missing field. Now after that, obviously we need to navigate to sliders, or we'll say editor, navigate to editor, slider editor page. Okay, so obviously once we have that page, we can navigate it and then it will start generating the sliders. Now on click of this generate slider, we are saving the all outline along with the style information to our database, and then we want to redirect it to the next page where we are going to call it as a slider editor. Okay, on this page we are going to generate the slide one by one. So once user click on generate slide, we have all the outline, right? And from that outline, we are generating the slider one by one. Obviously for that one, we are going to provide the AI model along with our prompt and the slider outline. And then it will generate the HTML Tailwindcss code. Okay. Obviously later on we are going to convert that into a PPT, that also we are going to learn how to do it. But before that, in order to display it in proper format, we need to generate it into an HTML Tailwindcss format. Okay, obviously we just want to generate the content which we are going to show inside the body tag, not anything like HTML head tag. We are not generating that one, right? Because we are going to by default setting that. Okay, so over here, if you see in the default content, we are going to provide the HTML head tag and everything. Just we need to generate the content which we are going to display inside the body tag. And once it is generated, we are going to save it to a database, and then again we are going to generate the next slide from the second outline, and so on until we generate all the slide. And once everything is done, then we are going to implement the edit slider functionality, okay, which will be the inline editing. If you did not watch my previous video, you can watch that also, but never mind, because in this particular course as well, I'm going to tell you how to do the inline editing from the scratch. Okay, so don't worry about that. So if you see this mockup, right, first over here we are going to add a new screen called editor, and inside the editor we are going to show all the outline which we generated, right? And then on the right hand side we are going to generate the sliders, and then we are going to display that. This slider we are going to show in a streaming format, means as soon as the content is generated from the backend, we are going to show immediately. We are not waiting to generate the complete slider, right? The same way we generated the website, right? Same way we are going to implement over here as well. So don't worry about that. I'm going to tell you everything. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and then inside the workspace we have the project outline. And again inside the project folder we are going to create a new folder called editor, and inside this editor I'm going to add index.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and I will rename this to editor, and then save it. Okay, now inside this editor, obviously we need to divide this into a two section. Okay, so first will be the outline, okay, and the second div will be the sliders. Now we already have the outline component, right, and we are going to reuse that one. Before that, let's divide this. So over here I will make this as a grid, then grid column. Let's make a grid column 4 maybe, or make it 5. Okay, we'll check it out. And out of that I'm going to assign 2 column to this outline and 3 column to the sliders. So we'll say column span 3. Okay, so 3 plus 2, which is total 5 columns. Here I will just write a text called outline and then sliders. And if I go back to our application, right, obviously we want to navigate to the editor, so it will go to the editor. So right now if you see it's showing not found, that's because we did not add it inside our main.tsx file, right? So we need to add these children similar like this outline. So over here we'll say editor, and then don't forget to attach this editor component as an element. Okay, over here we have an error, I don't know here. Just give the comma and save it. And now if you see, we have this outline and slides option as well. Pretty cool. Now let's go back to our editor. Over here, obviously we will add some padding and save it. I think that's good. For the outline, we are going to use our outline component, right, which we already have. So we have this outline section component. Now to this outline section component, we need to pass an outline, the handle update loading, and lot of other things, right? So over here, first, before rendering the outline, we need to get the project details. Now, if you remember, inside the outline screen, we already implemented this get project detail, right? So we'll just copy this get project detail component, and also you can copy this use effect, the get project detail, and simply paste it here. Obviously we need to modify a couple of things. So first thing, we need to get a project ID. So that project ID, you can get it from the use params. Once you have the project ID, make sure to import this doc from the Firebase DB reference as well, and get doc too. Okay. Once you add this, we don't need this if condition, but we need to save the project details. So basically I will add a project detail comma set project detail, and then add use state. Here we need to define a type, right? So similar like a outline, if you remember, we define this project type, right? And make sure you are exporting this project type so that we can use it over here. Okay, and then I think that's all we needed. Perfect. Now just confirm this this Firebase DB you are importing correctly. So give the complete path. So over here we'll say config / Firebase config, and then save it. Now if I go back and go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and make sure you are getting let me see whether we are consoling or not. Yeah, we are consoling. So on line 22 we have the outline and everything, see, related to this project. Perfect. Now you can send this outline section, or you can enable this outline section, and to this outline section you can pass an outline from the project details dot outline. Also you can add handle update. So right now I will just console this one. Then what else? We want a loading state. So I think we did not define loading state over here. So let's define the loading state as well. So we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When the get project detail started, we'll set the loading as true. Otherwise we'll set the loading as false, and then you can pass this loading state as a loading. Over here it might saying that let's add or empty. Perfect, and then save it. Now if I go back, boom, if you see, we got this outline details. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add outline. Now you can limit this outline to line number or only 2 lines, 3 lines. It's up to you how you want. Okay, but I hope you understand how this works. Now you can even add the scroller. Okay, right now if you see, it's scrolling complete screen, so you can even limit this scrolling. So just you need to add a specific height. So we'll say, let's say height to screen, and let's add overflow auto. I don't know whether it will work over here or not. Yeah, see, right now it will just scroll to that only. Perfect. Now obviously it's time to implement slider as well. Now it's time to generate the slides content, where if you see this mockup in our slide, AI will automatically generate the HTML Tailwindcss content along with the proper layout and all of this information, right? But there is one more important thing that we need to generate, which is the image, and we want to generate the image in a real time. It means as soon as we generate the content, we have to make sure the image also gets generated. And in order to generate this image instantly, we are going to use an Imagekit. Imagekit provides an best way to generate the image. So let's click the link in the description, so you'll jump onto this Imagekit. Imagekit is not only a cloud storage service provider, but it also provides an AI image transformation feature. You can optimize your image depends on your screen size. You can resize, crop it, or transform directly from the URL. You don't need any SDK to integrate it. And most important thing, you can generate the image in real time by just adding what you need inside the URL, and then you can generate your image instantly. That's how easy it is. Along with the image AI transformation as well, you can even use this Imagekit for video AI transformation feature, where you can resize your image depends on the screen size, you can transform it, and you can even add overlays on your images. As simple as that. And that's why we are going to use Imagekit. Imagekit is free to start, so you don't need to worry about paying or adding the card details. Simply create a new account, and once you create the account, log into the Imagekit, and then on the dashboard you will see some option like get started, the media library, where you will see all the images get created whichever you uploaded, and transformation, and you can even explore more option in the Imagekit. In many of my application I use this Imagekit as my AI transformation for upload, storage, as well as an image and video transformation as well. Now most important thing, let's simply go to the developer option, and right now it is very important to copy this URL endpoint. Okay, so simply copy this URL endpoint. In your case you can just copy yours and then go back to your application, just paste it somewhere. Okay, now in order to generate the slider we need a proper prompt. Now I also providing you the prompt inside our eraser doc. You can find the link in the description. To this prompt we need to provide a design style, the color code, and the metadata which contain outline, title for the slide. And if you see, we just need to replace the particular things like design style, color code, and many other things. Now one more important thing over here, that we also want to generate the image with the help of Imagekit. So I provided the link which we got it from our dashboard, right? And after that I'm just making sure that we want to replace this image prompt and the alt image name with the help of AI, right? Now obviously this particular image generation you can find on the AI image transformation document. Over here if I go to this AI transformation, you will find a lot of bunch of different feature. But if you want to generate image via text prompt, this is how you can do it. You can just provide the prompt and then give the file name, and then it will generate the prompt. For example, in this case we gave the prompt like a man eating a burger, right? And the file name, and then it will generate this image. Once the image generated, it will store it on your Imagekit media library. Okay, so that's how we have to do it. Now once you added this particular prompt, obviously we need this prompt to generate it. Now let's go back to our application, and inside this we'll create a method called constant generate slides. Now obviously we need a streaming response, right? So from the Firebase and Gemini kit we need to get the streaming response as well. Now these generate slides we need to call whenever the project detail is available. Okay, so over here I will write use effect, and inside the use effect we're gonna execute this use effect only once we have the project details. Inside this we'll say if project details is there, and if project detail dot slides dot length is empty. Okay, if the length is empty, it means you don't have any slides, then we're gonna call a generate slide method, right? Now inside our project detail I don't think so we have this slide, so let's update our type called project. Inside this we'll say slides of type any with a list, and then we can get these slides. This need to be a length, and then save it. Okay, so only when we don't have the slide, then only it will generate these slides. Now let's create a method called generate slide, and this generate slide we need to call only when we have the project detail, right? Because we are setting the project detail, and this use effect will execute whenever the project detail is available. And also we have, inside the project detail, make sure there is no slides available, okay? And then only we need to call this generate slides. Now inside our outline project, I added this design style and the slides as a two new type, okay, so that you can easily get access. So because we are using TypeScript, you need to add those types as well. Now in order to get the stream data from the Firebase, let's go to the Firebase documentation, and inside this Firebase documentation, go to the document called live bidirectional streaming. Inside this, you need to initialize this get live generative model inside your Firebase config. So copy this as it is. Then we'll go back to our application, and inside the config folder, we have this Firebase config. Scroll down, and then at the bottom, you need to set this model. So here we'll say Gemini AI live model. I will also export this one, and make sure to import this get live generative model. Now it is very important to pass this live preview API model, okay? You can change it later on if you need, and also make sure that we need a text response, so you need to pass this as well, and then save it. After this, you need to connect the session. That is also very important. So you can then copy this session connection as well as it is, and go back to your application. Now inside our editor, we'll add it inside this generate slides, right? But before that, we need a prompt. So we'll say constant prompt, and then copy this prompt which I copied inside our eraser doc, and then we need to replace all of these three values. So I already added this slider prompt, right? So we'll say prompt is equal to slider prompt dot replace, and then first thing we need to replace is design style. So I will copy this design style, make sure to paste it here, and then we can get this design style from the project detail dot design style dot design guide, okay? Because we need to pass this design guide. If it's nothing is there, you can pass an empty. Then after this, we need to replace the color code, okay? So if you see this particular string, we need to replace with the actual color code. So we'll write project detail dot design style dot colors, and make sure it is in the form of string. So we'll pass, or we'll mark this as a string json.stringify. So we'll convert this JSON into a string, okay? And then last we have the metadata. So for metadata, we have to replace this metadata. Now image, AI will already taking care of our image prompt generation, okay? So you don't need to worry about that. Here I will say json.stringify again, then from the product detail dot outline, and from the outline we'll get that outline, right? Now currently, obviously we want to generate all the slides for the outline. So basically you can use a for each loop. So over here you can add a project detail, but for the testing purpose, I'm going to just use the first element. So here we say outline of 0, okay? Then you will get an outline, all of this thing. But right now I'm just generating the slides for the first slider, okay? Just that's why I'm passing the first outline only. And then once that is done, we have this prompt. Now I will make sure to copy this Firebase code, okay, to generate the streaming response. So over here, now we already have the prompt, you don't need to pass this. Now for the session model, right, we have this Gemini AI live model. So make sure to import this. It will connect to that session, and then we already have the prompt. That prompt is sent to that session. Once we receive the response from the AI, then in the switch operation, we are passing that text one by one, okay? So over here, you can just console the text just to see the result, okay, as soon as we get it. Let's test this out until this point, and our expectation is to get the result inside the console. So inside the console, if I reload this, and okay, so over here it's saying the had check the server not responding with the setup complete on line 54. So over here there is an issue because it's not get connected. So the error is coming because this particular model is now no longer available. So you need to add live 001. Okay, this is the live model, and let's test this out now. So I'll clean this and refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, we are getting the streaming response for each of this value. And if you see, we got all the content for the body tag. Right now, make sure at the top, if you go to the top, we are getting content in the form of HTML. So I have to make sure you will remove this HTML tag and the end tag as well. Okay, so let's go to this editor, and once we get the text, so here we'll say constant final text is equal to text dot replace this HTML tag with an empty value. Also we want to replace this end tag with an empty or empty string. Okay, so we'll get the final text. Now once we get the text, right, I will just comment this code out, otherwise it will generate every time. We need to store in a state. So here we'll say constant sliders comma set sliders is equal to use state, and currently I will type an any. So basically over here, now once the final text is generated, we'll set the sliders, and then we'll make sure all the previous value we want to save, right? So here we'll add all the previous value. Okay, let me do one thing. Now once we have the final text and the slider defined, simply we have to save that in a state. So I will just paste this set slider where we'll take all the previous value if there is any exist, right? If it's not there, then it will save it as an empty. Then we'll save all the previous inside the updated, and obviously we want to update the first element. Now depends on, currently we hard coded this value, but we are going to pass the actual index over here. Currently it just showing us saving on the 0th index. Okay, and that's why it's saving like this, and then after returning it will save our code with the final text inside the first element, and likewise. Okay, now currently we are just using this first element for the testing purpose, but later on we are going to iterate these generate slides records one by one. Okay, but for now, first we'll understand this concept, we will implement it, and then we are going to display. Now once we have this result, then we are going to implement the slides. Now for the slides, we're gonna create a new component. So under the component custom, here we're gonna create a new file called slides, or we'll say slides card, or slides frame, we'll say slider frame dot tsx, and then add a default template. Now to this slider frame, we need to add it over here. So basically first we'll use the slider dot map. Here we'll say slide comma index and the arrow function. Now slide is of type any, I will give because it just I have only code field, and index is of type number. Then we need to show us, or we need to import this slider frame, and to this slider frame, let's go inside this, we need to accept some prop, for example slide, and I think here as well we can add a type props. Inside that we'll add a slide of type string, and then we can provide that prop. Okay, so that we can pass the slide as slide, okay, and key as index. So that's how you need to add it. Now inside the slide frame, we need to add an iframe so that we can show the streaming result directly. Okay, so that I'm going to provide inside the eraser doc. Now to display this each of the slider, here I'm also going to accept the colors. Okay, so we already have the primary secondary color, so that color you need to pass. So make sure inside the prop you will accept this color as any for now, and then simply I will accept these colors. Make sure to pass it from the project detail dot design style dot colors. Okay, now once inside a slide frame you have the colors, then you need to write display this code into the iframe. Now I already have the code written and you can just copy paste it, so it is available inside the eraser doc. So first thing we need a HTML default code which contain the Tailwind CSS library, icon library and many more. So I will just copy this HTML default code first and then let's paste it here. So here I'm gonna paste at the top. Okay, now inside this, if you carefully observe, you need to replace this color code as well as you need to replace the actual code which contain a body and everything, right, which we already generated. So that's what you need to do. Next thing, if you scroll down, we have this final code and everything. So copy everything which help us to add the element selection option and many more features. Okay, so that you will get it in a moment. So copy everything as it is. So I will copy from here. So it's hard to copy sometimes, and yeah, I think we copied. Then simply I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, now at the top make sure that you need to pass these colors. Then over here you need to pass a slide dot code. Okay, because inside the code we have that. So over here you can simply write something like this, code of type string. Okay, then make sure to import this use reference. This use reference gonna use for the to get the reference of the iframe. Then let's make sure to import this use effect, and if you scroll down here, we don't need anything. I will remove this. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the iframe, if you see, we have this iframe reference. I provided this class name with a width and height. And the most important thing, once you have the code ready or from the slide, you can just set using this iframe reference. Okay, so over here we are writing this document to the with a final code because that's what we are replacing, right? Because over here whatever the default code we have, the HTML default code, inside that we are replacing this color codes and the code as well, and then we'll get the final code. Okay, now this particular line of code basically used to add an hover effect along with this element selection. Okay, now whenever you hover on any of the element, it will automatically provide you the selection option that you will get in a moment. But for now, just copy paste this line of code. Then we'll go back to our application. Let's try to generate a slide, and then for the testing purpose I will just copy that. Over here I will say okay, let's generate the first slide, which is just a welcome slide. So let me refresh the screen, and right now it's weird that nothing is displaying on the screen, but right now if you see inside the console we got this body and everything. Okay, so I'll copy that, and at the top inside the editor I will create a constant called dummy slider. Okay, is equal to, and then simply paste it here. Now this dummy slider I'm going to pass, I will say code with a dummy slider. Okay, this is for the testing purpose only, so that I don't need to generate every time. And now if I go over here, you will see this slider is showing on the screen, and here we have this element selection as well. Now here if your code generating like this, right, obviously it's not perfectly generated, that's completely fine. But the main important thing, if you see, whenever I hover on any of these, I can edit these things, right? I can delete it, I can write it, and that's what this complete iframe code is doing. Okay, which help us to give whatever the selection we made and then make it editable. Okay, so it's an inline editing option. Obviously there are a lot of more feature we are going to add, but I hope you understand this. Now the couple of things we need to do. First, we need to modify our prompt so that it will properly generate the layout along with the content. Currently it's overlapping on one each other, right, and that's what we don't want. So I will just update this prompt so that we'll get the proper output. Now I updated the prompt, and so that we are getting a proper result. Currently if I refresh the screen, you will see that in real time we are getting the result. Pretty cool, right? And obviously you can do it as many as time you want. Another important thing that it also generates the image for us with the help of Imagekit, because it already generating the image URL and which will render the image. It will take a few seconds to render it because it takes some time to generate that image with the help of AI. And the once image is generated, this is how it look like. Pretty cool, right? So obviously you can we can give option to regenerate the slider if that slider not look good. Okay, it's totally an optional thing. Now obviously currently we are only generating one slider, but we have to generate all the slider, and then we also wanted to save to our database. So basically inside the generate slide we can use project detail dot for each, and then we can generate the slider one by one. Now obviously we need to generate all the multiple sliders, so we gonna use a for each, but along with that one we have to make sure that our Gemini message will, after completing, right, we have to break that loop. So better you can go to the eraser doc. Here I already added the code for you. Okay, there are two methods, one to generate the slide, okay, which will obviously add a for each loop, and then I created a separate Gemini slide call which will actually call to the Gemini by connecting the session. And the most important thing, once it is complete, we have to break this loop. Okay, otherwise it will not go to the next slide to generate. So let's copy everything as it is, and then I will remove this generate slide now, and I will replace the code which we just copied. Okay, let me remove this 3 tag and then save it. And then let's go back to our application. Let's refresh the screen, and then you will see live streaming one by one. So this is the first, this is the second, right? And then it will generate the third one as well. Currently I added the condition that it will only generate the 3, right? But you can add, depends on the length of the slide, it will generate it. See, okay, and it will it also generate these images as well, so you don't need to worry about that images. The most interesting thing that you can obviously edit these. Later on I'm gonna tell you how to add this edit functionality and everything, but for now I hope you understand. Now you might see this cropping issue, right, that you have to fix inside the HTML. Obviously I will update that code inside the eraser doc so that you will get a proper output. Okay, because sometimes while recording this video it might happen, right, and if you see the slider 1 perfectly working, slider 2 it's getting bigger because of this text, right? So we have to update the height and width of the iframe. So if I go to this slide frame where we have this iframe mentioned, this width and height we have to update accordingly, and then you have to update inside your prompt as well. Now once the slides are generated successfully, we wanted to save these slides as well, right? So basically after all the slides generated, we can simply call a method called save all slides, and then over here we're gonna call constant save all slides, and this inside this method we are just going to update our existing document with these new sliders. Okay, so over here we say await set doc from the Firebase, then we'll say Firebase DB. Oh, sorry, over here we need to write a doc again, and then we'll say Firebase DB. The collection is projects, then provide a project ID, and then inside this we'll say sliders. Okay, slides, and then we have to provide a sliders. So here that's what I gave the name, so you have to give the slides only. Okay, make sure to import this doc over here. Obviously I have to add this. Make sure to add async as we are using await, and don't forget to add merge to true. Okay, that is very important. This need to be a merge with the E. Okay, and then save it, so it will save your slides as well. Now next time whenever you open the same project, we have to make sure that we'll update the slide. Now once we get the project detail and everything inside this if condition, right? Now we are generating slide if the slides are not there, else we have to set the slides. Okay, so over here inside the set sliders we will say project detail dot slides. Okay, and then save it. Now right now we don't have any slides, so if I go to the database, if you see we don't have any slide. So let's try and generate it. So right now we are getting error saying map is undefined. So let's check why. So over here add a condition slider map and then refresh it. Now again we have error that previous is not iterable, right? So let's go over here, just search word previous and saying it's not an iterable. That's weird. So maybe we can say if previous is there, right, then we'll add a previous, otherwise an empty array. Let's try this out. Hopefully this time it will work, and boom, if you see it start creating the slides for us. And once it's done, we are expecting to get these all the slides into our database. So if I go to the database, let me close this, and I don't see the slides getting saved. Okay, so we got an error saying the Firebase set doc with invalid data. The slides, it's saying it's an undefined, right? That's because when we call this save all slide inside this, after the slides are generated, maybe the state is not get updated immediately, right? So we have to tackle that issue. So basically what we can do, we can create a constant saying slides generated comma set slides generated is equal to use state. Okay, and you can add any value over here for now. Now what we are going to do, whenever this slide generate changes, obviously we need to add this set slides value. So I'm going to remove this and we'll just simply say set sliders size generated, and you can add any value. For example, let's add a timestamp. Right now whenever this value change, just make sure to call this method. So basically we'll execute the use effect, and here we'll say all, here we'll say or save all slides. Oh, maybe my bad, slide generated. So that's called a slides generate. I will say generated. I will just say is slides generated. Okay, so that's a little bit meaningful. So here we'll say set is slides generated, and when is slides generated is true, right, then we're gonna call save all slides. Okay, it means we'll get updated data. And let's save this one over here. If you scroll up, let me remove this import which is imported by mistakenly, and I think hopefully it will work. So let's test this out. Now if I refresh this screen, and right now obviously we have the slide generated. Now if I go back to our application, design style, outline, and boom, if you see we have the slides which is generated and also get saved to our database. Pretty cool, right? Now if you want to try again, I will delete these slides, right, and then I will refresh the screen. Now what it will do, it will generate each slide one by one. See, right, it start generating these slides. Obviously we are getting gray color because it has a background, right, the background image, and that's the reason we are getting this color. And boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful background get added. Now if I go back over here, and then if you see the new slider field added with all the code. Okay, and now even though if I refresh, you will see that changes. Okay, so that's how guys you have to save the slider. Now just want to show some toast notification that also you can add, notifying that okay, all the sliders are generated. That you can do it with the help of Shadcn notification, toast notification. So for that, if I go to the Shadcn and let's go to the sonar. That's called sonar because they updated recently. So if I click on this, this is how the toast notification will look like, right? So once you have this notification, you just need to import this toaster. So let's copy this toaster. So it's up to you how you want to handle the notification. Okay, so you can try on your own. If you have any issue, let me know in the comment section, or you can connect me on the Discord channel. The link of the Discord channel in the description as well. Now next we're gonna learn how to edit each element. How can we add the floating setting action card, where when you click on any of these element, then you will see that floating icon where you will find all the settings available to that particular element. Now let's implement another interesting feature is edit with the AI. Once you select any element, we are giving an option to the user that he can edit that particular section with the help of AI, right? Or obviously we already have an option to edit the text by doing the inline editing. But if user want to add replace that particular text, then he can simply click on that particular element, and then it will open this tool which will allow us user to edit with the help of AI model. User can enter his requirement, send it, and then instantly it will regenerate that particular section only. Pretty cool, right? So that's what we are going to implement in this particular chapter. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab, and for this particular floating section or card, we are going to create a new component. So under the component folder, under the custom, we are going to create floating action tool.tsx file. Now you have option to add multiple tools into this floating action section, right? So it's up to you. Now inside this floating action tool, let's add a class name. Inside this class name, we are going to simply make it as absolute because we want to show it on the top. Then we'll provide a z index 250. We'll add background gray. Let's add gray to let's 500. Then we'll make text to white, text to small. Also we'll give some padding x to 2 and padding y to 2. Then we'll make a rounded to let's say large, shadow little bit, so we'll say shadow XL. We'll also add a border and we'll make this as a flex and then save it. Now inside this we want to add a content, right? So we can just simply say action tools, correct? Now it is very important that we wanted to show this section just below to that particular element, right? Obviously if I click on this one, it will show just below it. Then we need to provide a position like x-axis and y-axis positions, right? So in order to add that, let's go back to our slider frame because that's where we want to add this. And inside this slider frame, simply we already have this parameter provided. So if you scroll down, if you see, we have this calculate the position relative to iframe container. Inside here, just save this position. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one state at the top. Here will say constant. Here will say card position, set card position is equal to use state, and then I'm going to provide a type. So over here inside this, you can just simply say x to number and then y to number because we want x and y axis, otherwise null, and by default it will be null only. Now below that, obviously where we are getting this position x-axis and y-axis, so if you scroll down, you can just use that. I will make sure this line of code is already available inside our eraser doc, so you can simply copy paste that, but just for the understanding purpose I'm explaining this. So over here we'll say iframe react dot left. So we'll check the left, then rect, dot left plus react dot width. So this need to be a rect dot width by 2. Okay, and after that we also want to add a y-axis. So we'll say iframe react. Now y-axis will be the vertical, so we'll say top plus rect dot bottom. So in both the way we are measuring this. Okay, and that's how we'll get x and y-axis, and simply save it. Now once we have this position, we need to pass this position to the floating action tool. So first we'll import this floating action tool, and let's go over here. Inside this you need to accept these positions. Okay, so I will define a prop first. So we'll say type props is equal to, and then the position of type x to number, y to number, and then accept over here. So we'll say position of type props. Now this position we need to set, so simply you can provide it to a style, and this will be the dynamic one. So we'll say from the top we need to provide a position dot y, and I'm giving some space, so let's say 8. Then we want to add a left with position dot x, and then we'll also add a transform. We'll say, because we want in the middle, so we'll say translate minus 50%, something like this, and then save it. Now inside the slide frame you need to pass this position as card position. Okay, so over here it might be empty, so I don't know what we should be saying. I think let's do one thing. Inside this floating action you have to also pass as a null, so you'll not get this error hopefully. And over here let's add a condition, if not position then return nothing. Okay, let's save this, let's test this out. So I will go back to our application, click on this, and boom, if you see we have this action tool ready. Cool, right? Obviously we need to give more spacing, but before that I think we can make this background white, and let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Let's make this minus 80, and we can give position y to 20. Let me refresh this, so let's make it 50. I think this is much better. Okay, let's make it 60, and if you click on this one, see everywhere it will show this. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add this action tool. Now inside this action tool there are a couple of things we need to add, but before that we have to make sure if user don't want this action button, right, we should give option to remove that. So basically we'll add a button, okay, and then we'll add a cross icon, or we'll say close icon from the Lucid React. I don't know whether we have that icon or not. Oh, so we call it as a X, I think. Yeah, and I'm gonna provide a variant as ghost and the size as icon small. Now on the click of it we want to pass on close method back. Okay, now over here I will say on close to void, so that inside the side frame will get this on close, and when this on close get called you just need to set this card position to null. As simple as that. Now let's test this out. If I close this, see, pretty cool, right? So you can just click on it. If you don't want, just close it. Okay, but obviously make sure you are properly adding a styling. For example, if I add the item center, then if I click it, it will be in one line. Perfect. Now the next thing we want to add an input to add this edit with AI option. So basically I will remove this. Let's add a div. Inside the div I will add a sparkle icon. Then I will add an input of type text. That is, this input I'm not adding from the Shadcn. Then add a placeholder saying edit with AI. To this one I will say outline none, then border none, and save it. And if I go back, this is how it look like. Obviously here I will add a height to 4, width to 4, and let's see how it looks. Oh, sorry, width to 4. This is how it look like. Obviously here I will make it flex, gap to 2, and then item to be in the center as well. Okay, then on the right side I want to add arrow right icon, and this icon as well I will give height to 4, width to 4. Okay, so you can simply make this icon as a button, so it will be clickable, and also you can add a variant as ghost, and size will be the small. Perfect. Here I want to add some vertical line in between these two buttons. So basically you can just add a separator, okay, from the Shadcn, and then you can provide a orientation as vertical. And once you add that, I don't know why it's not showing, but let's refresh it. I think there will be issue with this separator. Okay, so I will just avoid using this separator and we'll keep as it is. Let's see. Perfect. Now once user click on edit with AI, we need to click on this send button, and then it should generate the or it will automatically generate that particular section. I don't know why they change. Let's make this 10. Let me refresh this. Maybe now it works perfectly fine. Perfect. So I will create a state constant. Here we'll say AI prompt comma set AI prompt is equal to use state, okay, of type string. Here we'll say user AI prompt, user AI prompt, and set user AI prompt. For this input, whenever there is an on change, whenever user type something, then we'll just simply add set user AI input, and then we'll pass the value from the event. So we'll say event dot target dot value. Now it is very important, whenever we have the user AI prompt, then only we wanted to show this button. Okay, right now if you see button is not there, but as soon as I type, then we'll get this button, right? And on the click of this button, so here we'll say on click, so I will just say handle, or let's add something like this, handle AI change. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass the user AI prompt. Now this handle AI change, I'm going to pass back to the parent component. Here I will add a type any, and then inside the slider frame, let's accept it here. So let's console the value first. So here we'll say console.log value. So whatever the user entered, that value will print it out. Okay, so let's take this out until this point, so that we'll get to know whether we are getting the data or not. Change some other text. Okay, so you can write anything just for testing. Go to the console, and as soon as as soon as I press this next button, you will see that text is getting printed out on line 182. Okay, now obviously we need to add the handle AI section change method, and this obviously it will accept the user AI prompt of type string, and make sure it's a constant, and this method you need to call on click of this one. Now instead of console log, I will call this method and then save it. Now I already added this logic, okay, so that you can simply use it. But before that, let me explain this. So first thing, we need to get the selected element, right? That is very important. And that selected element, once we need to pass it to the prompt. Now in the prompt, we are just saying that regenerate or rewrite the following HTML code based on the user instruction. Now obviously we will pass the user instruction and the old HTML code, and then this particular try catch block help us to just generate the response from the AI model, and then it will set the updated code to that particular iframe HTML code. Okay, so for now I'll just copy everything, and then inside this I'm gonna paste it. So first thing, let's add a loading state. So I will go at the top, let's add a new state called constant loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then let's scroll down. We need to define a selected element reference. That's because we need to get to know which element user selected. So for that one, let's define it at the top. So inside this side frame only, let me collect this, and over here we say constant selected, sorry, over here we'll say selected reference is equal to use reference, and you can even provide HTML type. So we'll say element, HTML element null, and the initial value will be the null. Oh, this need to be, oh, there is some mismatch. Perfect. Now once you have the selected reference, you have to make sure inside the handle click you will set that selected value. Okay, so I will just rename this properly. Now scroll down a little bit, and inside this handle click, whatever the target value we have, we need to set that. So simply we'll say selected element is equal to target over here, and then we'll set the selected element reference dot current is equal to target. After this, you can add the selected element dot style dot outline. It's a completely optional, okay, because we're already showing that solid color border. Here we say solid blue. I think that's already there, but we are also making sure, I think we don't need to because we already added, so I think that's mostly enough. Okay, and then save it. Let's scroll down, and here we have the input, so I will replace this with the user AI prompt. Also I'm going to modify this little bit, so we can say regenerate and rewrite the following HTML code based on the user instruction, and here we'll just add user instruction is, I will update this in our eraser doc as well, okay, for your reference. Then make this as async because we are using await. This need to be a Gemini AI model. We are not streaming the response in this case, and hopefully everything is now correct. Let's save everything. Now currently at the start we are setting this loading, right? So just pass this loading back to this floating action tool. So I'll pass it as a loading. That's because whenever AI is generating the piece of code, we have to make sure that button is disabled, okay, or input is disabled. Here I will accept this loading boolean, and then accept here as a prop as well. Now whenever the loading is true, we'll disable the input. And one more important thing, once you click handle input, just change the set user AI prompt to empty, okay, and here also I'm providing the default value to user AI prompt. I think that's enough. Let's save it and let's test this out. Right now we got an error. It's regarding the Firebase config. So let's go to the iframe, and our import statement is not in the correct path. So I will update that. So inside the config, we have the Firebase config, and then save it. Also, we need to show some kind of loading state. So basically, whenever there is a loading, we can add a loading and then we can add a loader. Okay, here I will add a class name animate spin and save it. So let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen once, and now let's consider that you want to change this content. So here we'll say rewrite this content and give me best subtitle or sub description, we will say. Okay, once you add that, let's say send, and if you see we have this beautiful loading. Our text is also gone. That's a good thing. Now we'll wait to finish this and we'll see whether it's changing or not, right? Sometimes it takes longer time, sometimes not, and boom, if you see it's changed this content. Pretty cool, right? Now for example, if you want to change the color of this text, change color of text to green and then pass this one, and boom, immediately it's updated, right? So that's how you have to do it. Now in this case, if I scroll down, right, you can also change the same way. Here we'll say add padding and change text color to yellow and then send it out. And it also added the padding and it also changed the color. How it cool, right? And this is how we have added the inline editing as well as the edit with the AI functionality. Now you can add more things to this particular floating action tool like Tailwindcss class update and many others. You can find all of this kind of tool on my previous video. I will put the link in the description so that you can check it out, and so you will get to know other tool how to add it and how to do the inline editing with that tools. As we already added the editing feature for the text, background or any HTML div element with the help of AI. But what if user want to change the image or remove the background of the image, rescale this image or resize the image or crop the image as well? Adding this feature make your application unique. But the question is how to do it, and that's why we use the Imagekit. Imagekit AI transformation feature provide you all of these features we just talked about, like remove the background or change the background as well, or edit the image, whichever the image we display, or you can even extend the image by just providing your prompt into your URL. No SDK installation needed or anything. You can add a lot of different feature by just typing in the URL and then it's done. And that's why Imagekit make our feature implementation much easier. Now let me show you how this AI transformation actually work. Previously we already implemented how to generate the image in real time, and as you know that we already have the Imagekit endpoint. Then whichever transformation you want to apply, that transformation you can attach at the end of endpoint, like $TR stand for transformation, and then you can attach the transformation depends on your requirements. For example, if you want to use background generate fill, you can just use bg chain fill, which you can find it on the Imagekit documentation. I will put the link in the description so that you can check it out. Now for example, if you want to remove the background, simply you have option, just add ebg remove at the end of the URL and then it's done. Let me show you the quick example. If I remove this transformation, this is how it looks. But if I add the transformation at the end of this URL, you will see the background is removed. And that's what we have to implement in our application. you can check out all the transformation feature available on the Imagekit, which you want to use it, simply inform into the prompt. So I already updated our prompt and I also made this available inside this eraser doc. Now let's copy this prompt. Inside this prompt, if you observe, I'm also mentioning that if user want to change the image or regenerate the image, then obviously we want to use this Imagekit URL to generate the image along with the image prompt and alt image name. And then we have to replace this image prompt with the relevant image prompt and alt image name as well. But the interesting thing, if user want to crop image, remove background or scale the image or even optimize the image, then it can use the image transformation feature that what we mentioned inside the prompt. AI will automatically take care of it. So copy this prompt and then I'm going to replace this prompt. Let me copy it again and simply paste it here. After that, whichever image you want to edit, you can simply tell AI and it will automatically replace your image. Let's try this out. So for example, you want to change this image, right? So here we can mention replace this image with AI agent and then click send and automatically start generating the image in the background. And boom, how quickly it is, right? So whatever the image you want, you can just explain that image and then it will automatically generate it for you. No any API call, nothing. With the help of Imagekit, you can directly generate the image. But let's try some AI transformation. For example, you want to do a smart crop. So here you can mention smart crop the image and then send it. And then it automatically smart crop. Now you can go to the inspect panel to check all the transformation is applied. And over here, if I open this image in our eraser doc for the testing, you will see the image generated and the transformation applied to that image. And same thing you can do, you can apply as many transformation you want, right? And obviously all the images will get stored into your Imagekit media library, so you can check it out which are the images created, what are the transformation is applied and many other things. And that's how easy it is, and that's the reason I recommended you to use the Imagekit, so that you can add all of this feature in just few line of code. Here we already implemented the editing functionality, the image editing along with the AI transformation and a lot of other things. But whenever you make any changes, we have to make sure that changes getting updated to our database as well. That is very important. Otherwise, whichever changes you make, it will display it for a moment, but if you come back again, then that updated changes will not be there. We have to make sure that changes need to be saved. So let's go back to our application, and inside the slider frame, when you make an update with the help of AI section change, here we have this console log saying the element is replaced successfully, means we already updated, right? So we have to update the sliders, but over here first we need to get and content from the body tag. So I'm gonna say constant updated slider code is equal to iframe dot content document dot body dot inner HTML, and if it's not there, then we'll replace with this new HTML. Now this updated slider code, if I console this, right, you will see we'll only get the content which is inside the body tag. Okay, so let's test this out first. So let's refresh it and let's consider that you want to change the color this to white. So here we'll say text color change to white. Then I will run this one, go to the inspect panel. If you see the color is changed, now inside the console you will also see the code which is for this complete slider. Okay, now this code we need to make sure it will update to our JSON slider list. So over here we'll say set updated slider and then I'm going to pass updated slider code. Now this set updated slider we need to pass back to the parent component. So first I will define a type as any, and then I will pass over here. Now inside the index.tsx file, if you scroll down here, obviously you need to accept that. Now it has the updated slider or slide code of type string, and then we need to call a method called update slide code, or we'll say code only, and then you need to pass this updated slide code. I think the text is similar, so here we'll say slider code. Now this method we need to create, so we'll say constant updated slider code, which will get the updated slide code of type string. And along with this, I also want to know for which slide we have updated code, the index, right? So that index we will also fetch it here. This need to be an arrow function, so make sure you will also pass this index value which we already have. Now inside this, obviously we have to make sure you should only update that particular slider index. So here we'll say set sliders, and inside the slider we'll add a previous of type any, then the arrow function, and inside this we'll say constant updated is equal to all the previous sliders. Then we'll say updated index which we want to update. So here we'll say we'll put all the value from the updated index, and then the code field which you want to update. So for this one we're going to put this updated slider code, and at the last we need to, I think we already set the slider, so you don't need to do anything over here. Just we'll say return updated. Okay, so that updated code will be there. Now if you remember previously, we use this is slider generated to save our slides, right? So same thing we are going to do. Once we updated the slider, we'll set the it slider generated, and here pass the timestamp. So we'll say date.now, something like this, and then save it. Over here save this as well, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen, and currently we have this yellow color, so let's change. Here we'll say change text color to white. Okay, and just send this. Now it will change this color to white, and now if I refresh this, you will see that text color is now changed to white. It means our data is updated to our database. Okay, so that's how you have to do it, and that is applicable to anything. Even though if you update the image, any content, anything, it will also update it to your database. Same thing you can do whenever you make some changes in the code. For example, if you update like this, something like this, right? And that time also we have to make sure that you will save these changes. So in that case, we have this handle blur inside the slider frame, right? That's where we are getting the edited element over here as well. Similar way that we did it right over here, we'll call this method, and then we'll add to this one, and then save it. Here we don't need an HTML element, and I think that's all we needed. Let's save it and test this out. So whenever we make change, it will update to our database as well. So that's all, guys. If you have any question, any doubt regarding the saving the PPT changes that you are making, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me any question on the Discord channel. The link is in the description. Now once user updated his slider, and if he happy what he's generated, then obviously it's time for user to export this into PPT, so that he can open in any Power Presentation software or use to show it as a slide. In order to export it, we have to export it in .ppt format, right? The file name or file extension need to be a .ppt. Now in order to do it, first we'll give an option. So I'm gonna add a button which will be the floating button on this screen. So let's go to this editor page. So under the workspace we have this editor and index.tsx. At the bottom I will create an export button section. Over here we'll add a div, and inside the div we'll simply add export PPT. Over here we'll add a class name with the fix, and then we want at the bottom so that it will be let me refresh it. I don't know why it's not coming. Oh, so over here if you see, the button is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now along with this one I will add an icon. Let's say export. Let's search icon for the export. Or I think we have the download option, so we can use the download option as well. So we'll say file download, and save it, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. I will change this size to large, okay, so that you can see, you can, on the click of that you can easily export it. Now uh, in order to export it, obviously first we need to go to this eraser doc. I already created a method called export all iframe to a PPT. So whatever the iframe currently we are rendering, that iframe we will get it first, okay, over here inside this. Once we have all the iframe, then that iframe we are converting, and then we are downloading it. For this we need to install this HTML to image and PPT JS model. Okay, simply copy that and make sure to install it. Once you install this, simply you can copy all of this code as it is, and inside this same file over here I'm gonna paste it. Then this method actually help us to export the file. Now you have to define a container reference at the top. So I'll go to the top, and over here we'll say constant container reference is equal to use reference. Now for this one I will say HTML element, and initially it will be null. Then we also need to add this loading state. Now whenever it's generating, because once you click export button it will take some time to generate it, so that's the reason I'm adding this download loading comma set download loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Okay, and that's all. Now this export all iframe to PPT we need to attach to this button. So over here we'll say on click and then add that. Also I will disable this button whenever download loading is true, and whenever download loading is true we can show a loading indicator. So over here I will add a loader icon. Otherwise I will use this file icon. To this loader icon add a class name, will animate spin, so it will add animation and then save it, and that's all. Now let's go back over here. If you see we have export to PPT button, click on this, and right now I think it doesn't work. Let me see the inspect panel, check if there is any error. So over here actually we did not attach this container reference to our div where we are rendering this iframe, right? So for this div we have to attach a reference as container reference so that it will get the value. Over here let's go to this container reference, and I will also put an option to null. Also instead of HTML element we'll just say HTML div element, okay, because we are referring and attaching our reference to a div element. Okay, now let's save it and test this out. So let's click export to PDF, and if you see it show the loading indicator, and as soon as it's done we got the PDF file. Let's open this PDF file. As I'm using MacBook, so I have this one, but if you see whatever the resolution, whatever the styling layout we have on our page, in the same way it get exported. How cool, right? Now once user created the PPT, right, we need to show this all the previously created PPT on this workspace page, as we already added this section. Currently we also showing this empty state if user don't have any PPT created. So first let's go back to our application and inside this my projects, because under the workspace we have this my project component. Currently we are showing this empty state because we don't have anything. So right now I'm going to add a constant. Here we'll say projects comma set projects is equal to use state, and obviously project is of type project, something like this. Okay, now here I will provide it as a type and then save it. Now make sure it's working. After this we need to create a method called constant get projects, and here we need to get all the project related to that particular user. Now it is very important to know how to fetch the particular records or documents from the Firebase. So for that one, let's go to the Firebase and here you just search get docs. Now from the documentation you will get to know how to fetch a multiple documents, right? So over here we need to use a query, okay, and this query basically we need to define in a such a way that we need to get that particular user project. So let's copy this query and let's paste it here. Now make sure to import this query, then we define the collection. After that collection you need to provide a database reference, so in our case is Firebase DB. Then you need to provide a collection name and then make sure to import this where clause and then write your condition. So here we'll say created by and then provide the user email. So now in order to get a user detail we can get it from the user hook from the clerk, and then once we have here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. After this, once your query is ready, then you need to use a query snapshot to get a document. Okay, so over here we say constant query snapshot, you can call anything. Here we'll say await and get docs, because we want to fetch a multiple documents, so you have to write get docs and then pass the query. Here we are using await, so I'll make this as async, and then once you have the query snapshot you need to iterate this using this for each. Okay, because from the query snapshot you can get the each document one by one. Now call these get projects inside the use effect whenever the user email is available. Okay, so here we'll say user and then we'll add a condition if user is available, then only call get projects, because we have the user we need a user email, and that's the reason we added that condition. Now let's go back to our application. Over here we need to give proper path. So here we'll say config Firebase config, and then if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here if you see on inside this my project line number 32 we are getting this complete object. Perfect. Now we have to save that inside the set project. So basically here we'll say set project and then make sure you have the previous value, then add a previous value along with the new value, which is docs not data, something like this. Okay, so here it's saying previous might be an undefined, so actually you need to add the empty, and over here I will type an any. Okay, and then we'll get the project list. Now if user has the project list, then we don't need to show this empty state. So over here we say if projects dot length, if it's not there then show the empty state, otherwise here we'll add a question mark, and otherwise we'll show a div. Inside the div, let's say you want to show projects, right? Now if I go back, okay, make sure to close this, and now here we'll see the project. It means we are getting the project list. Now simply we are going to iterate this project, so we'll say projects dot map, here we'll say project comma index and the arrow function. Then we'll add a div with the key as index, and then at the top I'm gonna add an image source. Here I want to add a PPT icon. So inside the assets I already added this ppt.png file. You can get it from the assets, the link is in the description. Now make sure to import that PPT icon. So here we'll say PPT icon from, and then give the path, so which is in assets slash ppt.png, and then I'm just going to pass this PPT to this image source. Then over here we'll say width to 50, height to 50, and that's how it look like. See, after this we want to add the user input. That input you can get it from the project dot user input prompt. Okay, so whatever the user added, that prompt it's showing. After this we want to show how many slides are there. So inside the h2 we'll say total, and then we want to show the length of slides. So simply we'll say project dot slides dot length, and then we'll say slides. So over here we'll say total 3 slides. And the last we want to also add or format or add the created, when is it get created, right? The date. Currently date is in the timestamp. So basically let's add a date for now. So we'll say project dot created at. Okay, so it's a timestamp, but in a moment we will convert that. Now let's add some styling. So over here we'll add a class name with a padding to 4. Then for this div I will add a class name and I will make it as a grid. Now when the screen size is smaller, we'll make a grid 2 with a gap to 5. Then on the medium screen we'll make grid 3. On large we can make grid 4, something like this. Perfect. Then for each of this div I'm gonna add a border with a rounded to XL with some shadow. Then we also give a margin top to 3, so some space. Okay, and that's how your project now will look like. Now for each of them let's add some style. So for the h2 we'll make font bold, text larger. Then for this one we make text gray 500, text red, let's say 600. And then for the created, when it is get created, I'll make class name text gray 400. Oh, we already added the text, you don't need to add it over here. I think that's pretty good. Now for this div let's make it flex with a flex, or just add a space y to 2. Okay, so some space between this each of this element. I will make it to 1 only. Now to convert this date, let's go back here. I'm going to create a method called constant format date, which will accept a date, okay, or which will actually accept the timestamp. Now once we have this timestamp, here we'll say constant date is equal to timestamp dot to date, something like this. Okay, now once you have the date from the timestamp, then you have to format it. So for that one I'm going to use this moment.js library. Moment.js library is very powerful for formatting your date in any format. Okay, so it's very easy to install. Simply inside your terminal I will just type npm I moment. Okay, so it will install this library. Once it is installed, we have to import that. So basically at the top we'll say import moment from moment, and then here we'll say constant format date is equal to moment dot, so you have to pass a date dot from now. Okay, from now means uh, from the current time, how much time it's already created, right? So it will return like 10 seconds ago, 2 days ago, 13 days ago kind of thing. And once you have the data, you can simply return this formatted date. Now this format date, you just need to call over here, and don't forget to pass this timestamp as well, and then save it. So over here you don't need to convert this one, okay? So I will remove that, and you just directly pass a timestamp and formatted date, okay? And one more important thing, inside your vite.config.js file, we have to add this optimize dependency, and then make sure to include the moment, okay? Otherwise you will get an error. So make sure to update this. Once you update it, then let's go back to your application, and then you will see it's saying that this slide is created 4 days ago, a day ago, and likewise. Perfect, right? You can even order this by descending order, ascending order. For that one you have to create a Firebase index. Once you added the order by, then it will give you the link to create an index, and then you can create an index to properly order it. But for now, I hope you understand how easily we implemented this my projects section. On the click of this my project, we have to make sure it will navigate to the proper page. So let's scroll down, and to this div I will wrap inside a link tag from the React router down, then to where you want to navigate, and make sure to wrap this complete div inside the link. Okay, make sure your UI is not get destructed. Okay, once you have that, simply you can add workspace slash project, then you have to add a project id, so you can get it from the project dot project id, and then editor slash editor. Okay, so in this way you can navigate to that particular page. So if I refresh, click on this slide, and boom, if you see, you navigate to that particular slider. As this is a SaaS application, we have to add a subscription model so that we can add a limited access to the free user and unlimited access to the paid or subscribed user. Currently, if you remember, we have two credits over here, right? We are not yet updating it because we want to add a pricing model. So as I mentioned, there are two type of user. One is a free user and one is a paid or subscribed user. Now for the free user, we are giving only two project creation limitation. So user can create up to two projects, and after that user cannot create any more project. So that particular implementation we have to do, and then some limited access of the functionality. But on other hand, for the paid and subscribed user, we want to give an unlimited project along with all access, where user can create unlimited project if user is subscribed. Now adding a payment gateway is a big headache. There are a lot of payment gateway in the market. You can choose anything. But today I'm going to tell you the best way and easiest way to add a payment gateway along with the subscription tables and a pricing table. Let me introduce a Clerk. Clerk billing is one of the best subscription model SDK you will find on the internet. With the help of Clerk billing, you can easily add the pricing table in just one line of code, and then it automatically taking care of your payment gateway integration and everything. If you see this video where you can just click on it, and inside your application it will open the checkout page where you can add your card details, and boom, then you it will automatically make a payment for us. That's how easy it is. Also, you can manage this payment gateway from their profile section. Now in order to integrate it, simply sign into your app and select our app which we just previously created for the authentication. Then go to the configuration and then scroll down at the bottom. Over here you will find an option called billing settings. Just click on it. Over here currently we don't have any plan created, so we have to create a plan. Now plan is nothing but the pricing table, the free, paid or premium, whichever you want. By default, you have the free plan. Now for the free plan, if I click on it, you can add a different feature for that one. So currently for the free plan, the monthly is $0. Okay, so no any option, but you can add a new feature. For example, limited to project create, then we'll say create plan. Then I will add another feature, we'll say limited feature access and create plan. And that's how you can add as many feature you want in that particular plan. Okay, once you create it, let's go back and let's go back to this billing setting again, and now I will create another plan, and over here we'll say unlimited. Now for the unlimited plan, you can set the base price, let's say $9.99. Over here you can give the month annual discount. If user join annually, you can add that. If user join annually, then I can give the monthly only for $7.99. Cool, right? Another interesting feature they recently add, which is a free trial. If you want to give the free trial of that particular pricing, you can even add that too. Let's say you want to give a 2-day of free trial, but before that, obviously user need to add a credential or card details in order to use that free trial. And after 2 days, it automatically charges the user. And after this, simply add a feature. So over here inside the new feature, I will just say unlimited PPT, unlimited projects, and all feature access. So these two feature currently I added. Make sure to save it, and once you save, let's go back to the plan, and if you see, now we have the 2 plan. Perfect. Now after this, let's go back to the settings, and over here currently if you see, it uses the Clerk payment gateway as you are on the development mode. But once you move to the production mode, you can even connect to the Stripe account. Okay, so it's up for now, it's a completely optional thing. Now simply enable this billing, and boom, your billing is now enabled. Now it's very easy to add. Simply click the link in the description for the documentation, and then you will jump onto this Clerk billing. Over here, simply click on billing for B2C SaaS, and if you scroll down a little bit, you will find how to add. So over here, with the help of this pricing table component from the Clerk, you can simply add the pricing tables. Now let's copy this one. Before that, obviously we need to create a new page called pricing. So inside this source, you can even create inside the workspace. Okay, so I will go to the workspace, and over here we will create a folder called pricing. Inside this, let's add index.tsx file, add a default template, and I will rename this as a pricing. Now make sure inside the main.tsx you will add this pricing inside this workspace as a children. So I will just say as a workspace, just pricing. Okay, make sure to connect that element and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to workspace, or let's go to the workspace /pricing, and that's how it look like. Okay, perfect. Now the next thing, inside the pricing, whichever code you copied from the Clerk documentation, let's copy this complete div along with the pricing table component. I will paste it here. Make sure to import this pricing table from the Clerk /Clerk React. Okay, and then save it. It automatically show the pricing table for you, and boom, if you see, the free plan and unlimited plan along with the feature which we added, right? Also, as we enable the free trial option, so it's showing the start 2-day free trial as well. Pretty cool, right? Now let's give some styling. So over here I will say h2 tag, and we'll say pricing. We'll say font bold, text to Excel. I will also add a text start creating unlimited PPT Sliders. And let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Let's add margin top to, let's add a class name to this div, and we'll add margin top to 28. I think 20 is not there. 24. Oh, maybe because of this styling is not get applied because we have this margin auto and all. And over here we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content to be in the center, and flex column. We also have this maximum width. Let's remove this complete style so we can keep it in the center of the screen. Obviously over here, let's wrap inside another div. Actually, for inside this div we need to add all of these things. Okay, so, and then you can make it flex. Oh, let's remove all of these things, and here we will say maximum width, let's say 4XL, and then this is how it look like. I updated some more classes over here. Okay, you can find it on the source code as well. Now the interesting part, once you start a 2-day free trial, for example, right here you have option to pay with the test card because we are on development mode, but you can easily add a card detail and everything, and it will open inside your application only. It not navigate to any other URL to make a payment, nothing like that. This Clerk billing will enable the inline payment option. Now once you make a payment, let's make a payment with the test card because we are on the development mode. You will see it's made a payment. Perfect, right? Now if I go over here, go to the pricing. So over here I think we need to add Workspace/pricing. We need to update this URL as well, and if you see, it's saying that this is the free trial started. Trial will ends on 17th October. It means our trial is started now. Okay, now also in order to manage your payment, you can go to this profile, click on manage account, and it will also enable this billing option now. Okay, inside the billing you will see all the details which you want, like subscription, payment method, your statement if there is any, and the payment which you make if there is any payment. Okay, and that's how you will find all the details. Cool, right? Now the next part is how to limit the access. Okay, so let's go back, and inside the header, first we need to remove this credit uses if user already have unlimited access. Now it's very important to know whether user is subscribed or not. So from the Clerk documentation you will find how to use it. So Clerk provide a method called has, and from that you can pass the plan, and then it will check that user has access or not to that particular plan. Okay, so let's go back, and very first thing over here we'll say constant. We'll add has is equal to use auth. Okay, from the use auth you will get this has method, and then something like this you can just copy and paste it here. Okay, here we'll say has unlimited access. So maybe over here we need to add has and then you need to pass the plan name or plan ID. That plan ID you can find it to this Clerk dashboard. Go to the settings, inside the inside this subscription plan, open your unlimited plan, and this key you need to use it. Okay, so copy this key, paste it here, and then it will give whether you have unlimited access or not. Currently I'm just consoling it, okay, so that you can check it out. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here you will see that user has unlimited access. Okay, now when your user has unlimited access, simply you don't need to show these credit things. So over here we'll say if user don't have unlimited access, then only show this option. Okay, otherwise simply show go to workspace page. Currently if you see, now that credit option is no longer showing on the screen. Perfect. Also I think I need to update this pricing. So here need to be a workspace slash pricing. Perfect. Now the next thing, whenever user create any project, we have to make sure we will update the user credits. Okay, so in order to test it, first let's remove the subscription. Let's go to the subscription. Over here you will see the user subscribe, right? So in the in this Clerk dashboard you will see all the metrics, analytics for your subscription model. Currently I want to end this. Okay, so if you see, now user no longer subscribe user and he's a free user. That's why it's showing this count, because I ended the subscription. Now because we want to implement a free trial logic, so what we can do now, simply go to our workspace. Inside the workspace, go to the outline and then index.tsx. Now inside this we have this generate slider section, right? So over here we have this on generate slider. What you have to do, once user generated the slider, then we have to deduct credits from the database. So basically make sure you have the user detail information over here. If you don't, let's get it. So here we'll say user detail. So this you can get the credits information from the user detail context, and here we'll say user detail context. Then scroll down and over here we'll say await set document, then Firebase DB reference. The collection name is user. You can just go to your Firebase and you can see these users. Inside the user you need to update these credits. So we'll say users, then the user email, because that is our document. And so over here you need to get, let's get it from the user detail dot email, right? And after this you need to update the document or update the field which you want. So in this case we'll say credits, and then we have to do the credit, or sorry, user detail dot credit -1. Okay, so that's how you have to do it. And don't forget to merge it so that you will just update that particular field and then save it. Also we have to make sure if user already don't have any credit left, then we don't want to or we want to show different option. Okay, so over here we might add something like this: if user detail dot credit is less than equal to 0, then will return nothing. So it will not go into the any next implement logic, right? It will not generate anything, it will not create a project, or it will even not navigate to the next page. And you can show some kind of alert dialog. Okay, right now if I go to the Shadcn, let's go to the alert, just go to the alert dialog. This is how it look like. Okay, so let's implement it. Oh, we already implemented, so just you need to import it. So we can simply create a custom component for this, and we can call it as credit limit dialog.tsx. Let's add a default template. Here I will import this, and also we'll copy this alert dialog, we'll paste it here. Now obviously we don't have a trigger. Okay, so we can pass option called open that dialog, right? So let's add a type props. Here we'll say open dialog, sorry, open alert to boolean, and here we'll say open alert. okay, of type props. Now this this open alert we need to attach over here as open alert. Okay, so we don't need this trigger anymore. Let's save this one. Now this particular credit limit dialog we need to add your index.tsx so that you can open it. So here we'll say credit limit dialog. Okay, and in order to open this alert you need to add a state called constant open alert comma set open alert is equal to use state. Initially I will make this as a false, and whenever the credit is less than 0 then we'll set the open alert to true. Okay, and then obviously we have to pass this open alert. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. Currently obviously user have 2 credits. So over here we need to update this. Context / user detail context. Perfect. Currently we have the 2 credits. So what I will do in order to test it, I will make this to 0. Okay, and then refresh it. Also when you update to your database you also need to update the context. Okay, context will not update until unless you refresh the complete page. So over here we'll say set user detail. Here we'll say all the previous value. So previous value comma credits is equal to user detail dot credits -1. Okay, and save it. Now over here currently you don't have any credits, but it will allow us to create an outline only. So we can just add AI agent builder. So next project is AI agent builder. So you can just subscribe to our channel to watch the complete course. Then send it. Over here currently generating the slider. You can select the style which you want, and then once it's generated you will see I will click on generate slide, and then it's saying that it's showing that particular dialog. Perfect. Now obviously you cannot cancel or continue because we did not added any logic for that one, but over here you can add. Here we'll say oops, your free credits here we can say you don't have any credits join unlimited project create plan. Okay, so over here we have cancel button, and then we'll say pricing button. Okay, now on the click of this one we want to navigate it. So over here we'll say on click, or maybe you can just simply wrap this in a link tag. Let's see with a 2. Here we'll say /workspace /pricing, and let's see whether you can navigate it. See, okay, and also on cancel we have to make sure it will actually cancel it. So on a click of it you can set open alert. Okay, so this method I'm gonna call. I'm gonna pass this method over here. I will pass it as any, and to this open set alert, let's make this as a false, and inside the index.tsx now I will accept this set open alert to set open alert. So basically it will close it. So if I try to generate it, you can cancel that. See, perfect. And when you click on pricing it will go to the pricing table. So that's how we can limit the user. Okay, now another important thing, currently we just limit the free user, but what user is a paid user? So in that case we have to add that has method similar like we added inside the header. Okay, so I will copy this both the lines. Let's go to the index.tsx, make sure to add it, import this use auth, and then we'll check. whether user has unlimited access. If yes, so let's go over here. So here we are checking. So here also we are going to check if user don't have unlimited access. If user has unlimited access, then it will not go to this if loop, and then it will go beyond that. Okay, but you don't need to update anything inside this set user detail. So I will just add a condition. If not unlimited access, then only execute this line, and same thing I'm going to do for this one as well, where we are updating the user credit. Okay, perfect. So that's all for this one. I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once you subscribe, it will allow us to generate unlimited projects. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends, family, and you can start earning money with this SaaS application. Now there are two ways that you can deploy your application. One, by directly to the Vercel, but every time when you make a change, you have to deploy that manually and trigger the deployment. And another way, which is you have to push your code to the GitHub and connect GitHub to the Vercel. So whenever you make some changes to your application and push it to GitHub, it will automatically trigger your deployment to the Vercel. And that's what we are going to do. So simply, first thing, we'll go to the GitHub, create a new repo if you don't have already, and I will name it as AI PPT generator. Then you can add a description if you want. Then simply create the project. Once you created the project, you have to set the remote origin with this particular repo. So inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal, and here we'll initialize the Git first. Once it is initialized, set the remote origin. Then you have to stage all these files. It means you have to click on this plus sign if you go to the source control, or you can simply add space. So it will automatically stage your changes. Okay, it means your all the files are ready to push. Now let's give the commit message. So over here we'll add a commit message, something like initial commit. You can name anything, and then as you are pushing it very first time, you have to push with this command. Okay, because you are pushing it to the main branch. So we push this with that command. If I refresh this repo, you will see our file is now just pushed. Perfect. Now your project is on GitHub. Now let's head over to Vercel. Now on the Vercel, if you don't have a project, create a new project. Inside this, make sure to connect your GitHub repo, and then once you connected, you will see just newly created project, okay, which is just AI PPT generator. Click on import. It automatically detects the framework for us, so you don't need to worry. But the most important thing, you need to add the environment variables. So let's go to the .env file, copy this both the environment and paste it here. Okay, one is the publisher key and one is the Firebase API key. Then simply click deploy. Once the deployment started, it will build your project. It will install all the necessary dependency which is inside our package.json, and then it will assign your domain and your application will be live. And boom, if you see, our application is now deployed. If I open our app, obviously it's deployed to this domain, but you can change to your own domain as well.